find my original game for something. I could not, so I'll look for that later. Anyway, all right. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Let's get to it. I got the 64 system running up and running, and yeah, it's pretty wild. Oh man. All right. Okay, hold on. Before we get the music really rolling here, we have a stream streak to celebrate. So let's get to it here. Crown of Luminary. Lumi, thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. You know what that means. 35 stream streak. Streakers. Okay, there's one. They're ready. Let's go. And one to grow. Thank you, Lumi, for the 35 stream streak. I heard a chungo. I saw a kitty. Congratulations. Boys, some of you are just blessed and some of you are cursed. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Mimi, good to see you. Goshi, Corin, Lumi, Daioh. Hope you're all doing well. I got to go have lunch with Rev Brucifer and Pew Pew Badger. We did not end up going to the Micro Center. We did not go to Micro Center. But we did go to the H Mart, and we went to the Super Bit store. I picked up some even more games that I don't need, and also some more food that I really don't need either. So there we go. We went out and grabbed some ramen at a local place. Pretty good. Pretty good. It was good. It was very good. It was a chashu pork ramen. But it was also like a stark reminder about how expensive everything is here. There we go. There was the ramen. By expensive? Note, for instance, like the Naruto. The Naruto were these extremely thinly sliced pieces, and there were two. Like, wow. Okay. It was good. It was very tasty. The chashu pork itself was quite excellent. Okay. Yeah, so the other good part is I did spend part of the morning actually looking at my computer setup and checking the wires and everything. And I was able to set up the 64. And if I get my crap together, I could also set up again the analog Game Boy game. I mean, I don't have enough time to play games anyway, but you know, it's nice to have that as an option. And again, particularly the 64 games are now available. I don't know. I feel like I would more likely play the Super Nintendo games, but here we are. The what I'm really actually limited in is power cables. Like if I took a picture of what I'm doing to the current power outlet, it's kind of frightening. It's kind of frightening. So I don't know how you check. I don't know what the limit of something like that is and how you check, but I feel like I'm awfully close to some sort of limit. The thing that's probably saving me is obviously not everything plugged in there is always on. Yeah, I know. I do have a fire extinguisher, and I am like wary about it being necessary. It's check the max wattage. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even know what the max wattage for the outlet is. I don't even know what the max wattage for my PC is. I've got an I know I have an 850 watt power supply in it, but it's not using that amount. So anyway. But anyway, I think so the other part is like I have way more USBs available on my back than on the back of the PC than I realized. But I guess again, like I feel like they didn't work. I don't know how to explain it. I think that's particularly the case for cameras. Maybe it's not the case for other things. But I don't know. Anyway, okay. Where are we with this? This is just stitching through. Oh, and so the other thing I got to do was kind of take a look at where we are with this. The good news is we're getting pretty close to the part where we're shaping the neck. And the sizing isn't really that far off from the other piece, which is good. So we're generally in the right ballpark. I think we only have actually another like 8 rows or so to do. I think we'll only have another 8 rows before we start actually shaping the neck. And then once we get to the neck, I don't think it's that much more to do. So we'll take a look at that. I think it'll take the first chunk here to get through the first bit. So before we get to reading Jujutsu Kaisen today, I think we'll get through most of the rows we need to do. And then we'll take a closer look at kind of like what needs to be done for the remainder. But we're pretty close. We're pretty close, which is pretty cool. All right. We're doing A3, which is like right off the bat. Yeah, I don't know. I've got like an 850 power watt supply on the PC, so I presume it doesn't go over that, but I don't know. Even when I'm rendering video, the CPU amount doesn't seem to like go super duper. But, you know, there's more stuff powering than the CPU, so I don't know. After I looked through my PC guts today, this morning, I sort of came to the conclusion that like I don't really need PC stuff. I mean, you could always add PC stuff, but I need stuff for better cable, man. The cables are just ridiculous at this point. I can't even begin to describe the mess that is the cables, and there's like. I actually simplified it a little, but it still is awful. Oh, that's the. All right. Okay. What's that strange sound? Oh, it's the music resetting over and over. So that obviously, and not I didn't do anything that would have even remotely fixed that. Here we go. You know what? Let's pose this to one of the AI models and see what it says. All right. New chat. I went thinking with Pro 3. We're going to go full on. All right. I have a Audio Technica. What is this damn thing? Audio Technica USB condenser mic. Okay. Oh, hey, Retro. Thanks. Hold on a second. Let me, I'm in the middle of something here. All right, let me, all right, hey, Retro. Thank you so much for the 3-stream watch streak. We get a 3-stream watch streak. Let's get our streakers going here. Come on, streakers. Come on out. Don't be shy. And one to grow. Thank you, Retro, for the 3-stream streak. Hope you're having a good weekend. How much did I pay for that mic? I actually bought this mic during COVID. $150. It's a good mic. It just sucks with this thing. Okay. I have an Audio Technica AT2020 USB Plus condenser mic that uses USB. When I wake my computer out of sleep mode, computer will start to glitch until I unplug the USB with my. As examples of the glitches, when I have a YouTube music playlist open, it will automatically start to play the playlist, but only for 2 seconds, and then automatically go to the previous item on the playlist, play it for 2 seconds, and repeat this until it hits item in the playlist, and it loops continuously, just playing 2 seconds and starting over. Also, as another example of a glitch, tabs of web browsers become unable. Wait. I can no longer undock tabs of web browsers. After I unplug USB and plug it back in, these glitches stop. Sometimes this happens again. Sometimes these glitches happen again later. Sometimes these glitches happen again later while I'm using my computer, and I can't tell what triggers it. How do I stop this glitching from happening? I want to use this microphone. But how do I stop this glitching? Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry about that. I've had this problem for, I mean, ever since I've had this microphone, which is a couple years. So it would be really great to be able to fix this. In case you haven't seen this. Hey, Steffi, sorry I missed. I would love to get this. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, hold on. All right, wait. Okay, let's celebrate the streaking here first. Before we all right, Steffi, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. What a day. Our streakers are nice and warm. Let's go. Come on, streakers. We'll throw in a few more and one to grow. Steffi, thank you so much. All right. Hope you're having a good weekend. Okay, so okay, here's what it's coming up with. A power delivery failure or a phantom input issue upon waking up from sleep. Your microphone is acting as a ghost keyboard or sending phantom input signals. When the computer wakes up, it isn't restoring full stable voltage. This causes microphone's internal chip to brown out, leading it to spam the computer with erratic signals, likely interpreting the noise as previous track media. Oh, wow. What? Okay, these sound similar. Windows has an aggressive power-saving feature called USB Selective Suspend that cuts power to USB ports when it thinks they are idle or the computer is asleep. It is the most common cause of USB audio glitches. Huh. Press the Windows key and type Edit Power Plan. Oh, this sounds fun. Click Change Advanced Power Settings. In the list, expand USB settings. Expand Selective Suspend setting. Change the setting to disabled. Guess what? It's already at disabled. Apply and OK. Okay, I'm sure like I've done this before or something like it and gotten advice like this. Device manager configuration. We need to tell Windows explicitly not to turn off the USB hub that powers your microphone. Open the device manager. You had to tweak some of your USBs as you got a USB extended port and things were not working properly. This one, the microphone is actually attached to the USB on the top of my case. And I've tried it in other slots. This happens regardless of where I put it. So we'll see if this works. Okay, right click the start button. Go to device manager. Yeah, I know it's been weird. Right, it makes zero sense. So you read if you read what I wrote, the types of glitches that happen are like ridiculously weird. The fact that I can't undock a browser tab, like what? I mean, it's so odd. And then you unplug the microphone, and suddenly you can undock the tabs again. It also does that with Z kanji. Z kanji has this floating window here. This thing will stop functioning. So it has something to do with the way that like certain floating windows work. But why? It's a microphone, right? Oh, this is my super duper close up. No, that's actually the manga screen. Sorry. Okay. No, we were looking at this. Okay, device manager, adjust the root hubs. Scroll down to universal series bus. Serial bus. Okay. Look for USB root or generic USB hub. Okay, there's a bunch of these. Do this for all of them if there are multiple. Right select and click properties. Go to the power management tab, uncheck allow the computer to turn off this device. Okay, so I'm just gonna deactivate this. So my electric bill is gonna be horrible now. Can I do this for all of them? No, I have to do this one by one. Okay, I had unselected this already for a few things. You know, I had forgotten how not friendly the
Here is our dear little old friend, the chicken.
Hey, chicken. I'd forgotten how bad the Soul whatever soundtrack is. I think this is, there we go. Some of the music there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, based on the music, doesn't sound like a good solution. I know, it was very ominous. Adjust the microphone while still look for human interface devices. Really, they call it human interface devices? Look at that, they do. Ooh, there are compliant consumer control devices. Chicken, how are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better. Because it has a headphone jack, it does. It can sometimes register here as a control device. If you see USB input devices... Oh, I do. There's like a billion of them. For a specific entry for audio, check the power management tab and ensure the computer cannot turn it off. Ugh. Well, unfortunately, there's like 20 of them. I don't want to do that for all of these. How do I know which ones? Is there a way to just figure out? Damn it. All right. All right. We're gonna maybe like just stop there because this is gonna take effing forever. All right. Okay. Let's go back to something I can actually worry about here. Should get a tree view. Just I wasn't getting a tree view. If I could get a tree view, that'd be great because then I could see which which one is actually connected to. All I got was this. View by connection. Okay. I guess here's my PC. So I had been again putting it into a USB on top of the case. Oh God. Okay, this looks kind of like the case. Hey Daioh, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Okay, that does not seem helpful. Nor does that. I mean, I guess it would be in here, but I don't. Oh God, I mean, sure. Well, if I knew which one was the mic, I would have understood where it was in the other view. Okay. All right. I'll worry about that later. Okay. Anyway, I hope everyone's having a good weekend. Maybe the additional not sleeping USB hub check marks that I enabled will fix. Probably not. Oh yeah, so the other thing that I stumbled across was the pen display, right? It has an HDMI input, but on my graphics card, the only open slot that I have left is a I don't even know what you call it, display port, a DP. I also have a DP on my case that's not used. So can you get a HDMI to like DP converter? I mean, it seems like a waste. My understanding is the DP stuff is for like high resolution, but it's the only ports that I have available at the moment. Hey, Daioh, you're exhausted. Your thing last night finished at 9 8:30 and you could be in bed for 10:30 and there was a tractor backing up in the parking. Wait, what? Falling asleep was atrocious and you woke up 4 minutes. You needed to punch in at work this morning. You're running off. Oh no. What? Why was there a track? What's going on next door? That sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. You can get some. Okay, and they're not expensive. All right. I'll need to get that, and I'll need to get an HDMI switch that can handle more than 2 inputs. So that I can overload on stuff. Okay. Anyway, the sort of good news out of my sojourn this morning was things weren't sort of as bad as I sort of maybe had thought they were. Like I did have my lights plugged into non-important places, so like okay, not a complete, wasn't completely off base. But I'm definitely using fewer of the USB ports on my computer, which seems a little suspicious. All right, we are on row 167. No, 168. You gonna get to be able to sleep soon, Daioh? Oh. I also would have thought you would have like late night noise rules. But maybe you're in kind of a more rural area, aren't you? Maybe they don't enforce that so much in certain places. Oh. And I did confirm that my I've got like 1 PCIe slot available. I must have been thinking about my previous computer where the motherboard was an older type where the graphics card was like occluding another slot, because this one is fine. I do, so I have a capture card and I've got a graphics card and I got 1 other slot available. But I basically confirmed at this point that I don't need to buy like more USB ports. But like I said, I sort of reconfirmed that like, yeah, I've got way too much stuff plugged in down there. Even like things like I've got this keyboard hooked up. So the keyboard has not only the power supply, but it's got its MIDI output or its audio output and all that stuff. So there's just a lot of extraneous cables. I have a speaker system, which honestly I don't really use because I'm always using the headphones with like a bass. And I tend to use what do you call it, a bass amp. I tend to use the bass amp more like a table than anything. Just got home now, had to buy stuff at the grocery store, gonna eat, take a shower, overdue, sleep, and just see where you get there. Okay. Snow management, putting snow in the new snow pit. You wanted to call police, so you should have, right? I mean, most Way too many of the songs in this soundtrack are like, let's just slowly get louder. Most towns and municipalities have like a no noise after certain periods. And that is a perfectly valid reason to call the police. Not a 911 call, but perfectly valid reason to call the police. Or whatever the Canada equivalent of 911 is. Again, though, that's presuming that you have a your city or your town has a noise ordinance. You do have 911? Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, that's not a 911 call. That's not an emergency. You got a new headset today with noise cancellation? Love them already, you can't hear the monster. Wow, that's perfect. That's great. Congratulations. The monster, for those that aren't aware, is a talking Stitch doll that Mimi's daughter has, and that is apparently going non-stop. 811 medical, 411 finding a phone number. Oh yeah. Really? 511 for traffic? Nice. What's that? Oh, thanks, chicken. Disabling the USB input solve their problem. Yeah, it's still going on. I can't believe that. Okay, so chicken, like, but how do I find the one USB that is my microphone? And then also, if I disable it, doesn't that disable the microphone? Order by cat. No, it doesn't help because it shows up under USB. I mean, again, like unless if you can tell me where to look, right? So this is by category. right? It's under things that are either incomprehensible, like HID, or again like USB, where it's not obvious where it is. But again, let me ask the basic question: if I disable the USB, doesn't that mean like the microphone won't work? Like like this, like port hub, okay. Oh, it's an input. Still works in audio, I see. Okay. You think it's the other way around? Well, if it's the other way around, why would they do it? And why would everyone on this Reddit thread had said it worked? Like, this is all like not helpful. USB input device. Details. See, when I go to details, I get things like, I get USB input device. I don't get... Alright, well, let me look at all of them. All 12 or 13 of them here. No, USB input device. 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 Sensing a pattern here. USB input device. USB input device. USB input device. USB input device. Last one. USB input device. Oh, I see. Hardware input devices. Okay, so now I have to click two things. Okay. What am I looking for here? Okay. Here's one that kind of looks like this one, but not really. Oh my gosh. All right, what else is here? Capabilities? Capabilities. Surprise removal lock. Okay. I'm trying to look at some other property that like might tell me what it actually does. Matching device ID? No. Parent? Physical device object name. Oh, look. Yeah, see, physical device object name. 00000093. Thank you. Siblings. Manufacturer. Standard system devices. Now, if it says manufacturer Audio Technica, right? Maybe. So let me try that. Manufacturer. Where is that? Standard system device. Oh God. Standard system devices. All right. You know what? Standard system device. Okay. What else could we look at here? Device instance path. No. Capabilities? Did I already look? I had already looked at this. Yeah, removable. Unique ID. Class. Rank of driver. Service? No. Display name? USB input device. Oh, maybe it'll only show up in the list when it's happening. Ooh, that could be too, right? If it's an input issue, and me plugging it out, plugging it back in causes that to not. Okay, so all right. Well, oh look, another song that just slowly gets louder. You know what? By the way, Friendo Yuriendo awards. Vote, please. Thank you. All right. Where are we here? Row 168. Let's go. I'll have to take a look when I have the glitch again, I guess. Good old Fez. This was a really fun game. Okay, where are we with this? We're on... Oh, crap. Okay, no, we actually did row 68 already. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So we're on row 169. That's 100 plus nice. So we're on C1. Speaking of Today's Akira chapter is chapter 69. I'm told that nice things are going to happen in that chapter. Although, to be honest, Akira feels like it just keeps getting worse. It's just a constant smear fest of like, yeah, no, things are just getting awful. Even more worse somehow. Oh, so another random tech question, which I'm sure will cause lots of fun. I mentioned that I've got a DP port, a DP plug on the back of my case. My understanding is that gets disabled if you've got like a graphics card. So if I plug something into it, is that going to work, or should I just like plug it into the DP port that's available on my graphics card? I mean, I guess I'll find out, and I've got one of each available, so it sort of doesn't matter, but... Hey, have a good one, Goshi. Do it on the graphics card. Okay. So that means like that, but the one port likely doesn't work at all if I've got a graphics card. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like the BIOS comes with some sort of integrated graphics thing, but that seemed weird that you would be able to use both. Can't run two on this. Okay. All right. No, that's fair. Thank you. The only thing that has me worried is the that DP port is like really close to the end. And so I'll need to make sure the converter or whatever is not like bulky. It shouldn't be, but it's the last thing I need to do is buy something like that and be like, yeah, no, it doesn't fit in there. That happens way too often with like plugs, where you go to like plug it in, but it's got like a big bulky thing, and then the two prongs at like the wrong end or the wrong spot, and it's like, this is just gonna make it'll block something, or there's not space to put it. Like, oh, come on, come on, command. Anyone ever play Fez? I know Pork did. Pork City had played Fez. Fez was a game that required like thinking as much as it did like platforming. And it was a game that was like, would be really cute and beautiful, and then also kind of creepy. Especially with the owls. The owls in Fez were very creepy. Okay, C1. see them all. One, two. One. Two. There we go. Ah, itchy, itchy. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we're getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're getting close to encroaching upon the final section of the cables. Okay, so we're continuing to erode our cables. Ooh. All right. Let's... Ah! It's funny, at some point, print screen changed from capture an image of your screen to triggering the snag it function. That must have been like in Windows 11 or something. Hey, Clay, Case Lanod, how's it going? Usually do all print screen to capture just the window. Oh, is that how you can just do the, okay. Yeah, because at some point, print screen used to just, like, send it to the clipboard, because you'd have to go paste it in somewhere. Now it's, like, triggering the function that wants you to draw a box or whatever, which is like, I guess, kind of convenient, but sometimes it's like you just want to capture the whole screen. So alt print screen will do that. Okay. Damn, how are you doing? Wow. 50. 50. The big one. Okay. Get ready. Get ready. Hold on. Let me pause the music. Here we go. All right, we got a 50 stream streak. I don't have a lot of extra time with the music, so we got to go right with the streakers. Here we go. Let's do it. 50 stream streak. Streakers, let's go. And one to grow. Oh, you got one of each. Right at the very end. There was a Gojo, there was a cat, and there was a big Chungo. Yeah, there was a Chungo too. That was a lot. Thank you, Sam, for the 50 stream streak. You know, maybe I could put them on a different level. Maybe I could put them, like, so they each get their own run lane. Just that way you see for sure, other than just hearing. Oh, man. By the way... By the way, I mentioned this yesterday, but I have now linked it to bits as well. You will get one streaker per bit, and I will just leave it at that. Except for combos. Apparently, combos I'll just do it manually. You just found the YouTube channel? Hey, well, welcome. Looking for manga? Which manga were you looking for? YouTube. Thank you for this knowledge. Yeah, so like bits will trigger what bits normally trigger, which is like, it depends on the number of bits. You'll get like a video or a Simpsons thing or whatever. But you will now also get the equivalent number of streakers, which may be a terrible idea. We shall see. I may need to amend such a thing. YouTube. Oh, Cheese Sweet Home. Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. We read that, I guess, what, a year or so ago? That was a lot of fun to read. I had read through that earlier, but it was fun to read through it on stream. Oh, you're learning Japanese right now? Well, ganbatte kudasai. I hope you're doing well. Hope it's going well. Oh, speaking of coffee is going to be doing the N3 exam tomorrow. Dun dun dun. Hope he's doing okay. He's been putting in a lot of studying. Yeah, Cheese Sweet Home is one of those mangas that feels like it could be a good beginner's manga, but at the same time, it's got really difficult reading. Particularly the way that Cheese speaks. Gets very confusing at times if you're not ready for it. YouTube. You're studying as a major, so you have to. Oh, there you go. Well, awesome. You'll quickly surpass me in my ability, that's for sure. Being able to study it at school and focus on studying, that's absolutely the best way. Second to going to Japan. I studied French in high school and college, so Japanese is just something I picked up afterwards when I was in grad school, and that was just on my own. So I've never had just kind of like focused study on Japanese, which is partly why it's, you know, I'm at just very slowly learning. But it's the primary reason that I continue to read the manga on stream. Just make sure that I keep having practice every day. Otherwise, it'll just deteriorate so rapidly. Speaking of Cheese Sweet Home, we're currently reading Azumanga Daioh for our kind of like slice of life humor manga. We'll be reading Fushigi. Was it Fushigi? What is it? Fushigi Neko. Fushigi Neko no Q-chan. We'll be reading this after Azumanga. I think that'll be a kind of a cuter, simpler one too. The videos are useful. Oh, you bet. Well, I'm glad. If you see stuff that's not right, which is probably a lot, never hesitate to write stuff in comments. Generally the ones with furigana shouldn't be too bad, but we read a number of manga that don't have furigana, and my ability to read words correctly is hit or miss sometimes. What did we hit just yesterday? We were reading Akira. Akira doesn't have any furigana. And in the same chapter, there was what is it? Kazakami and Kazashimo. Kazakami is upwind and Kazashimo's downwind. And they're both, it's kazefu, wind, and then up and upper and lower. And right, both of those readings are just not normal readings. Kazakami, like, ugh. And there's a few words where ue gets read as kami, but they're not that many. And then again, like when it's shita, it's not shita, it's shimo. Like, oh my gosh. But again, like, how often are you going to use like upwind and downwind? All right. But when you do, you better pronounce them correctly, right? Kazakami and Kazashimo. Yeah, I'll remember that for like a week, and then it'll be gone. Yeah, kanji are a nightmare. Well, it's one reason, and I'm sure you're feeling this, is a lot of people make the mistake of just trying to learn kanji. And that's not what kanji are for, right? Kanji are a way to like spell out words. So really you need to be learning words. You need to be learning vocabulary. And then kanji is how you represent those. But far too often the kanji become the focus. But if you don't have anything to connect that with and use, your brain's just not going to remember it. You will be able to remember a lot of them in a short amount of period, but if you're not using them, they will quickly vanish, which is what happens to a lot of people that are like, yeah, I memorized 500 kanji yesterday. Yeah, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. But I have heard that a lot. Okay, we are on row 170. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't use kanji without vocab. You can try, but a lot harder, that's for sure. Anyway, I wish you all the best with your studies. That's really cool. And like any language, whether you get a job or do something that's related to Japanese or not, find ways to keep it fresh, you know. Otherwise it will go away. And that's kind of sad. So even if you don't do anything that's Japanese related, I highly encourage trying to keep it fresh. But if it's your major, that sounds like you really do want to pursue stuff in that area, so I wish you luck there as well. Okay, I feel like, did I just do... Where are we? 66, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I guess I'm way ahead than where I thought I was. You do. You're trying to get exposed to it a lot? Nice, that's good. Reading raw, yeah, that'll certainly give you exposure to a lot of ways of speaking in like modern dialogue and stuff. It was always one of my frustrations looking back at the way that most English textbooks are written for learning Japanese is that for some reason they like want to start you out with polite language, mas and all that stuff. And that's such a backwards way to like learn the language. I realize that there's a lot of reasons that some of that is simpler. Some of it is simpler. But like, come on. Okay, I guess. Yeah, this is right. And I'm on A3, right? Yeah, okay. Well, it's one benefit of these rows being a lot shorter. Boy, this didn't feel like Saturday at all. You do. You're learning like that too, the polite types of the words. Yeah, I understand the importance of learning the polite forms and honorifics and all that stuff. But it's like it's not how the language is built, right? The language is built upon the simple, and then you layer on the politeness. And so to start with the politeness, it just feels weird. You're starting in the middle, and then you're learning how to like deconstruct down to the basics. Like, oh, this is the plain form of the verb. Oh, there's a plain form. Okay. When do people use this? Oh, you never use it. No, you use it all the time. Maybe not in like university context, but last thing you want to do is sending someone to go talk with some people that can't talk more informally. Oh, damn it. Did the wrong thing. How many rows left? I don't know. Four more rows before I check whether we had the right distance. If we've had the right length, then I start the shaping the neck, and then I don't know how many rows it is. It's not a lot. It's not a lot left. We're gonna finish this either today or tomorrow. So we're almost there. Wait, what did I do here? YouTube. Even at university, they do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Especially when you think, like, that's not how kids learn. Kids don't start learning, like, a polite language. But, like, yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, maybe I'm not where I thought it was. Oh. Damn it. Okay. I see what happened. Okay. I should have seen that sooner. All right. Oh, what's gonna be the good way to do this? Okay. Of course I made a stupid error here at the very end. Okay. So I need to undo that row, which is the back row. And then I need to undo this row, which is the row that needs fixing. Okay. Banana muffins? Ooh, nice. That sounds Yummy. Okay. So this should have been A1. Need to untangle your hair. Eee. Banana bread with chocolate chips. Hey, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so what I should have done is I should have oh man. So awful. Like every time. There. Oh, this is such a mess. All right, why? There. Okay, but these stitches are on. These stitches are all on backwards. Fuck! Seriously? What? Why is it like this? Okay. I would normally have put these two in back. I need to get. Oh no, 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 no. I'm sure I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be. Okay. Wait a minute. What happened there? No, there's only 5 there. Wait, only 5? There should be 4. No. What happened? Alright, I dropped a stitch. Fuck. Alright, there's my stitches. Fuck! Okay. I don't know how that happened. Everything was fine. Try this again. This is on backwards again. And there's a way to stitch it backwards that I don't know how to do. Okay, so that's the 2 stitches there. Hey DMF, how's it going? We having a good one? We're doing what we do every day. We listen to music the first part, I read manga, and then when we get back to manga reading, then we watch something. Hope you're doing well. Been doing that for years. Sammy, how are you doing? That's right, the same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world. Okay, I think that worked. There we go. All right. Hopefully that fixes that atrocious, stupid error. I was looking right at it too. I should have noticed that faster. You're doing all right. Got back from H Mart. Nice. You need an ingredient that you know you can't get anywhere else. Ah, excellent. I was at H Mart today. I was at the one in Annandale. Picked up random stuff. Need to try the recipe that you're gonna bring to the work. Oh, nice. What are you gonna bring? Can't say they're not hitting the ingredient. Okay, so there we go. Hence it, really? Oh, Chinese sausage. Oh, interesting. It's funny, I was just looking at they had Korean sausage, which looked fascinating. I'm not very familiar with Korean sausage. And bihon. Bihon. What's bihon? Qu'est-ce que c'est que le bihon? Oh, noodles. Okay. The rice sticks. Ah, alright. Well, sadly, this burrow was supposed to be really fast. Unfortunately, it took way too long. Okay, I didn't get it to where I wanted to be. We technically only need 3 more rows to check distance. We're trying to get to 8.5 past the bind off before we can start shaping the neck. And unfortunately, me fixing that stupid error just chewed up way more time than I was hoping. So, how about making Filipino barbecue? You don't want to know you won't put that much effort into it. That's always the problem with potluck. It's like, well, you know, what's the relative effort here? And, you know, if you enjoy making it, I guess that's ultimately what matters. Make something you enjoy. It is a little bit, are they doing sign up for the potluck? So like, to try to balance dishes or anything? That's always going to be a challenge too, depending on how many people there are. We did a potluck last year? Or early this year with my neighbors. There's only 6 houses, right? And I ended up being the only one that made like a substantive dish, like a main course. It's like, well, thank God I put the time into that, because otherwise, like, we would have had like, I forget what it was, but it was all like very light appetizers and soda. Like, really? Like, this is not potluck food. I'm sorry, people. I don't know where you grew up. Most are bringing something sweet, and others bringing chowder. Yeah, so you're going to have a lot of desserts, a soup. Bystander effect. It is. That's why most, unless if you have like a potluck with like 80 people or 80 different, you know, whatever, which is why church potlucks typically work, because you get enough people with a large volume of food. It doesn't matter. But Otherwise, it's like, yeah, you get like 10 dishes. Like if you didn't plan it, you're gonna end up with like all desserts, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like separate the potluck by floors. Basement always were the main entrees. Oh, and you were not entree making people. That's funny too. Why you thought about bringing a heavier protein dish? Yeah, right. You may end up being like the only one that's bringing something substantive. Hey, but you know, again, like ultimately, like if you enjoy making that or whatever, then I'd say go for it, right? Do what you enjoy. You would enjoy. Okay. Okay, so actually let's take a quick look. We're aiming for 8.5 inches beyond the bind off. We should be about at like 8. Yeah, we're at like 8.5. So I think we're gonna go 3 more rows. Yeah, we're at like 8. So we're good. Well, actually, let you know, I really don't want to read Jujutsu Kaisen tonight. It's going to be like ridiculously long. So part of the reason I'm like pissing around here is because of that. Let's take a look at what's involved with the neck. You enjoy eating it? Well, there you go. Putting everything on a bamboo stick is another story. Well, you know. Hey, Glenn, how are you doing? I always find this impressive. Well, it'll be more impressive if I can actually put it all together into something that's wearable. Right now, this is just like the pieces. This is like me assembling the Lego blocks themselves. We have yet to actually put the Lego blocks together. Hope you're having a good one, Glenn. How's the weekend going? Okay. So after we get to 8.5 inches, we got 3 more rows to go. I think that'll be a good place to start. When the work measures 8.5 past the bind off, end with a WS, a wrong side, place a locking marker at the center front. And this will visually mark the front left and the front right. We're going to work those simultaneously. And we're going to work raglan decreases at the same time as the neck decreases. Yikes. Okay, well, this is going to be fun. I think that just means we continue our decrease over here while we start to do a decrease that's like going to be starting here, working this way. Okay. Front neck bind off row. Work an established pattern to 8 stitches before the center marker. So 8 stitches before. Okay, 8 stitches before. We'll bind off for 16 stitches. So 8 and 8. Work in the established pattern. Work in the established pattern to 3 stitches before the right neck edge. Oh God. Attach new ball of yarn and work to the end. Okay. I'm having a lot of trouble visualizing this. Do I need 2 sets of needles, or can I do this with 1 set of needles? Everything is technically wearable. That's true. This could just be a big cape, or a small cape. Small cape. You just woke up? Hey, there you go. I hope you have a good day. Wow, that was a rager of a Friday. I hope you had a good one. what were the instructions? So we're not quite there yet. We got 3 more rows to go, but I'm looking ahead as to what this is going to entail. We're going to place a middle marker, and we're going to do our normal pattern, and then 8 stitches before, we're going to bind off 8 and 8, and then we're going to finish. And then on the back side, we're going to work in the established pattern 3 stitches before the edge, do a selvage basically, attach a new ball of yarn, presumably over here on the back side, and work directed to the end. So all I'm doing is, I'm still on the same needles, I'm just adding a separate skein. And then now, after we've done that initial bind off, work it directed to 4 stitches before the neck edge, or wherever the edge is at that point. We're okay. So, and there's a decrease on that end too. Repeat neck decrease row every 8 rows, 2 more times. Okay. Now it doesn't say what to do on the wrong side. I assume the wrong side is just work in the pattern. How's that going to work on the needles? So I'm going to have my original skein, assuming that it holds on. I'm going to have my original skein over here just working this side. I'm going to attach a new one working on this side. But I guess what happens with the bind off in the middle, the gap. So let's say I've got my bind off here now. I'm working, I do the end. Then I hop and I start doing this, and then I've just got this flappy part in the middle that's like bound off. There's just a gap. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and because I'm not actually taking that yarn with me, it doesn't connect the ends, and so I leave that yarn, somehow secure it so it's not flapping around. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. So I don't need a second set of needles, is the bottom line. Which is the biggest question I had. Okay. All right. Thank you. Easy day. What could go wrong? So actually it looks like after we start doing this, after we start doing the bind off, we'll have, and wait. Ooh. All right, we're gonna have to talk about the bind off it when I get to it. The interior bind off. Work is established to 8 stitches, bind off 16. Work as directed to the end. Okay, what has me nervous is when they say bind off, but previously bind off 5 stitches. Bind off 5 stitches meant actually like manipulate 6 stitches. Right? Because you had to knit 1 stitch, then you had to knit the second stitch, and then you actually bound 1 off. So if you wanted to bind off 5, you actually had to like knit 6 stitches. So if I'm going to work if I'm going to work to 8 stitches before and then bind off 16, am I really binding off 16? Oh my god. I guess it ultimately doesn't really matter as long as I'm like symmetrical. I mean, presumably if I'm stopping 8 stitches before the center marker, then the point is to bind those off and then to bind off the 8 on the other side. Okay. All right. This is going to be a disaster. This is going to be a disaster. Either way, we got three more rows to do before we start the disaster. That part you're not sure. You've only knit one sweater that was top down. Yeah. They don't give a total number of stitches. They don't give a total number of... Wait a minute. Hold on. When front neck shaping is complete work, even... Wait. When front neck shaping is complete work, even in a stemma... There's a comma. When front neck shaping is complete, comma, work even in established pattern until all raglan decreases are completed. 4 stitches remaining on needle, 2 per side. Oh. When the front neck shaping is complete. Okay. Yikes. So we're going to work this down. We're supposed to do a certain number of shaping for the neck, but even when we're done with that, which is like 16 rows, we're supposed to keep going with the decrease on the raglan side, which is this, until we get down to 2 stitches left. And then the last row is knit 2 together, knit 2 together. Whoa, okay. And there's actually no bind off. It's just you're doing a final knit 2 together. Oh, there go the ends. Okay, wow. Yikes, this is gonna be wild. All right, do I really want to read Jujutsu Kaisen? Ugh, look at this, what a mess. I honestly don't want to read this tonight. Okay, we're not. Wasn't hard to convince myself of that. Sorry, Jujutsu Kaisen fans, but I cannot handle the author's blathering tonight. Or instead, we're gonna read some Azumanga Daioh. Today is definitely I can't even. It's a flip book. Aww. You see that? Okay. Aww. Wait a minute, what does that say? Oh, kakeyoru. Kakeyoro. Oide. Iku. Aww. Aww. Ofuro? A bath? Hey! He's got my sweater! They're little socks. Kutsushita datta no ka? They were socks. Kugel? Wait, Neko Kaika? You wish your cat would take baths? Does your cat stand on the computer like this? Seikai Mart. Neko-kan, cat food. Sasami. Cat stands wherever she pleases. Oh no, he bought them all. Aww, Sukina no erande. Pick the one you like. Points to him. Oh. Continued. Oh, this is adorable. Okay. This is going to be a fun read. This is what we're going to read after Azumanga Daioh. This is, by the way, this cat. Yeah. This is the series we're reading after Azumanga Daioh. That will be terribly cute. Well, I don't even want to read Bleach. I was thinking maybe we can read Bleach instead. Like, look at this crap. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, no, forget them. Forget them both. We're gonna read Azumanga. Alright, let's read some Azumanga, and then we'll get back to knitting. Of course, the knitting is getting to the hard part, so that's also quite difficult. What is it with today? Why is today so hard? Ugh. 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 No Jujutsu Kaisen today. Azumanga in Japanese now. Table knitting next. Akira later. We'll switch over to writing and reading. Okay. Take a quick look at glorious YouTube. It's funny. I posted the short, which seems to be doing pretty well, except for the likes. The likes on the shorts, it's funny, they tend to be a lot less. They tend to be like more like 1% of people respond. Oh, there goes Kiki. All right. That's done. We're doing this. Not Akira. We're doing Azumanga Daioh. This is volume 3, chapter 2.1, part 2. All right. Are we ready for this? We got to start with the creepy professor. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's finish off chapter 2, part 1 of volume 3 of Azumanga Daioh. We're in February here. At least one more panel here with creepy professor. He's continuing on his lament. Joshiko, girls' school. Soda. It is that way. That's right. Senjitsu yoso no Joshiko no sensei to hanashita n da ga. Yesterday, another place's girls' school's teacher with talking did. So I was talking with a teacher at an all-girls school over there, or basically a different school, yesterday or the other day. 1時間目が体育だと平気でみんなホームルームの時体操服だったりするらしい。First period, if it's physical education, if it's PE for the first period, with calm or composure, or like I guess maybe normally, everyone homeroom time. I guess this is like fitness clothes. It was, they do, or so it seems, or so I hear. Taiso. Yeah, gymnastics clothes. Taiso fuku. Gym uniform, tracksuit. Okay, so there you go. You can see where this is going. At the all-girls school, if they have PE on the first period, normally, generally, again, heiki usually means like calm composure. Like unconcernedly, like it's no big deal. In that fashion, everyone homeroom time, gym uniform, it was, or that's what they do, that's what they wear, or so I hear. Natsu nanka, summer or whatever, mizugi no koto mo, even swimsuits in summer or whatever. Even swimsuits in summer. Naiteru? Crying? Maji nakida. Seriously, it's tears. Okay. Ante kan, a stable feeling? All right, let's stop that music. Sorry. Ante kan. Ante is stability. Yeah, a sense of stability. Ante kan. Sakada. It's soccer. Oh, no. Hando. Hands. Wait, hando. Does hando mean something else? It's just hands. I mean, it's soccer. She's saying it's soccer, but she's got the soccer in her hands. Anyway, kagura. Shobuda. So kagura, it's a competition. It's a competition. It's a match. Ho idol. Ito Mune? Ido Mune? Is this like an expression? It is. Some nerve. Ido Kyo. Oh, like, oh, you got some nerve. Okay, I don't know that I've seen that before. Ido Kyo. Da. So, hey, you've got some nerve. Mune de no trappu wa Mune de no trappu wa watashi no hou ga yuri. Advantageous. Okay. Trap is when you stop the ball, get under control. Okay, thank you. That would not have gotten that. With the chest, as for doing trap, meaning trapping the ball, my direction is advantageous, yuri. So, I guess she's, anyway. Urusei na. You're noisy. Basically, shut up. Kata tomo na. Kata tomo na. Like, don't think you've won. Don't think you've won. Having won, thinking don't do. Nani mo ite ne daro. Like, I'm not saying anything. Okay, tomo being tomo. Mae, towards the front, or going ahead. Uria. Okay, uria is just like a, haya sound. Pong. Do. Uria. There it is again. Dun. Uria. Tomo-chan no sakka pinboru mitai. Okay, so Tomo-chan's soccer is like pinball. Headingu. Headingu, like heading. Ah! Kimura no okusan da. It's Kimura's wife. Kimura is the creepy professor. So we've seen his wife occasionally. Ah, Chiyo-chan. Oh, Chiyo-chan. Ganbatte. Do your best. Poor Chiyo. Okay. Ruru wa mamorimasu. As for the rules, we'll protect. Okay, so like I guess I'll follow the rules. We'll follow the rules. Oh, so there's poor Chiyo. Ah, totte kudasai. Oh, please take, please catch. Sukapin. Oh. Tetsukai ii no ni. Using, even if using the hands, good, even though. So like you could have used your hands. Oh, so she's Sky here is her trying to use her. She tried kicking it up. And then this happened. So like basically you could have used your hands. All right. Oh. Is that chomi? Chomiryo wa koi. As for the flavoring or seasoning, it's love. Okay, so the flavoring or seasoning is love. Hi, here you go. Domo, thanks. Gakko ni nanka yo desu ka? At school, some sort of business, is it? It's like, do you have some sort of business here? Something you need to do here? Kyou wa chotto o nebo de o bento tsukuru no okureta kara ne.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Hodoke ni kita no. Okay, so as for today, a little bit slept in, nebo. So I slept in late today, or overslept. Yeah, sleeping in late. You don't normally No, that's right. So because of that, box lunch making was late. So therefore, came to deliver. So I think that's pretty straightforward. I slept in late today's and was late in making box lunch, so I came to deliver it. Oh, okay. This is like a wife's love bento box lunch. What would that be? Koifu? Oh, it's not koi, it's ai. Ai. Sorry, this is ai. Love. Aifu? What would that be? And then it's Suma, wife. This is like the box love, or the box lunch of a wife's love. Aisai. Oh, it's an actual word in here. Aisai bento. Lunchbox made with loving care by one's wife. So that's Tomo's reaction. Oh, aisai bento. So she laughs and says, oh, no. Ano hito wa rabu waifu bento te itteru kedo? As for that guy, meaning Kimura, her husband, as for that guy saying love wife box lunch. Arabu is love, arabu, and waifu. So in other words, he calls it the love wife lunchbox. Arabu waifu, love wife. Naze ego. Why English? Yeah, rabu waifu. Shikamo machigatteru kusai. And in addition, it like stinks of being incorrect. Like it's just incorrect. Machigatteru kusai. Kusai is a suffix, I think it's like suspicious, stinky. Anyway, that's her reaction. Adapu waifu. All right. Ippai aru kedo. Lots exist, even though. So, lots of things. Onto things. Mae kara kitakatta n desu kedo. Okay, so Tomo is saying, from before, wanting to ask thing is. So basically, there's something I wanted to ask for a while. Mae kara, from before. Kimura sensei no doko ga ii en desu ka? Okay. Kimura, teacher. So she adds the title a little bit with a pause. So teacher Kimura's what place is good? Doko ga ii, which I think is kind of like saying like what is good about him. Yeah. Doko ga ii en desu ka? So ne. Yeah, Kakkoi toko kana? Kakkoi is like handsome or cute or looks. Looks like that, I guess? Wow, kono hito miru mega ne? And so Tomo's reaction, which appears to be just thought, is like, wow, this person, meaning her, looking eyes at people does not exist. Meaning like she has no eyes for people. Meaning she really doesn't understand beauty or whatever. Okay. Guru guru. Kuru kuru is just turn around. Guru guru can also mean that in like a more rapid sense, I guess. So probably guru guru. まあ、確かにあの人、今のは、今の、やはりじゃないわね。Okay, so, well, certainly that person, again, her husband, now's whatever it isn't. Imano. Yeah, I guess Yahari is normally like, oh, Hayari. Oh, fashion. Okay. Okay. Ima no hayari. Ima no hayari janai wa ne. It's not, as for that guy, certainly it's not like now's fashion. Or like not the popularity of now, you know? Demo, but hora 70年代の服が最近また出てくるみたいになんかこう一周したりするのよ。Okay, so see, like, check it out. Close of the 70s, like the 1970s era. Close of the 1970s era. Lately, again, like coming out, it's like that. Somehow this way, ishu shitari suru no. I guess like it's like doing a turn or a lap. Yeah, it's doing a turn or a lap around like that. Guru guru. So there's the guru guru. Watashi wa jidai to zureteru kamo. As for me, the era, or like the generation of the time, zurete, like getting out of alignment. She's saying like, maybe I'm just like out of alignment with the times, with the era. Zurete. Shigao, it's different. This is Tomo thinking. Watashi no shiri kagiri, nanshu kaite mo kimura no deban wa ne. Okay. Like, as far as I know, in the limit of my knowing, many laps, shukan is going to be many revolutions or laps. Shukai. Yeah, going arounds. Even with like many goings around, even with many laps, many guru-gurus, Kimura's turn, as for that not existing. Like, in other words, it's not going to be his time no matter how many time laps we do with fashion or whatever. Deban is just, yeah, one's turn. Okay. And of course she's thinking this, and we just get the polite, you know, like, huh? All right. Well, there we go. A little bit more insight into Kimura's relationship with his wife. That is the end of chapter 2, part 1. We'll continue next time here with chapter 2, part 2. Next time. Okay. There we go. Cute as always. Hey, Gadalogic, how are you doing? All right, let's get back to some knitting, and we'll be watching some Julia Child. I think we're gonna rewatch the Goose episode. I did not really get to listen to it at all last night, so. She did make the Goose's cook joke at the very end. She made the, you can cook your own goose.
Hello there.
Is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
What's missing in this picture?
A goose.
And here it is, all juicy and brown and ready to eat. We're cooking a goose today on the French chef.
Oh no, hold on.
Welcome to the French chef. I'm Julia Child.
Oh, breakfast ramen, nice.
Cooking a goose. And
Goose.
here it is. Goose is a perfectly delicious animal, or bird, I should say. It's all dark meat and it's juicy and full of flavor. And here it is, just sitting up, waving at you.
Breakfast ramen. Did you make that?
Where its head is, that's the neck skin, and those are the wings. They're on a very large scale. And then right down here is the breast, and that's where all the heart, the lovely meat is, right in here and there. And there's your breastbone going down there. And one thing to notice about a breastbone is that this tip end of it, right down here, you should be able to move it with your fingers like that. If you can't move it at all, it means the goose is old. And what you want is a young, roasting goose. And luckily in this country, all the geese that you get are young.
Oh, nice. Cup ramen hats.
Young, roasting goose on it. And the best size to get, I think, is...
Oh, it's been cold. Yeah, it's been pretty cold here too. I think like on Monday, Tuesday morning, it's going to be like 15 degrees here or something.
The 9-pound goose isn't quite as fat, and it's usually much tenderer. And when you get the goose, it's usually frozen, and you defrost it the way you do any poultry. You either leave it in its bag, that sort of pliofilm bag, in the refrigerator, and it takes about 2 or 3 days for it to defrost. Or if you're in more of a hurry, you can do what many of the professionals do, which is put it in the sink with cold water, and then as soon as you can move the legs and the wings, and as soon as you can reach into the cavity and get out the giblets, do so, and then it will defrost in probably 4 or 5 hours. But it's fairly soon after it's defrosted, within a day at least, it should be cooked. And this one is about 9 pounds, and it serves 6 to 8 people. It's an enormous bird, but there isn't an enormous amount to eat in it. And so, although you don't have to stuff the goose, it's a good idea to stuff it if you want it to go a little farther. You can roast it without a stuffing by simply just putting in some cut up carrots and onions and herbs and salt and trussing it up and then just roasting it. Or you can make a chestnut and sausage stuffing, or a breadcrumb stuffing, or do what we're going to do today, which is a really elegant one, which is going to be a prune and liver stuffing. We have these prunes here. That one will show you a little better, which has this lovely, flavorful liver paste in it. If you want to spend a great deal of money, you can get foie gras. That's that specially fattened goose with a great big liver. What we're going to use, now where did I put it? Oh, we're going to use the goose liver. And the goose liver is enormous. And this is only 1/2 of it, and there's the other. This one seemed to come in 3 parts. But if you got a foie gras, the liver would be about, much longer than my hand, because that's a specially fattened one. The goose liver is usually a very pale pink. And a pale liver is usually the best color rather than the dark one, which one often thinks is the best. But the paler ones more approach the foie gras. So we're going to use this in the stuffing, so we just chop it up. And then we're going to saute it in butter. I'm going to put in about a tablespoon there. And then in goes the liver. And we just want to saute it a little bit until it just stiffens very slightly. And then also I'll put in a little bit of chopped scallion or shallot. And then this should saute for, just about a minute or 2. And then the prunes are tender tenderized prunes that are perfectly delicious. They're the kinds you get in a special sack, and you can just eat them the way they are. But for stuffing them, we have to pit them, so drop them in boiling water and let them sit for 2 or 3 minutes until they're soft enough to pit. Then you just take a little knife and take the pit out like that. And for a goose like this, let's see, this is a 9-pound goose, and it should take probably about 1.5 quarts of stuffing. That means an awful lot of prunes to pit. And stuff, you don't have to stuff them all, but it just depends on how much patience you have. And then we're going to do the rest of the stuffing. Is going to be liver paste. Now, this depends on how much money you want to spend. If you want to get block foie gras, you can spend a tremendous amount of money. Or you can just get liver paste, which you'll find in your supermarket. Be sure that you get a good brand of it, though. And now when our liver is done, we put that in along with our liver paste. And then you notice there's that nice brown sauté juice that's left, which we want to add to our stuffing. And I'm going to deglaze that with a little bit of port wine. Or you can use a little bit of stock if you want. If you don't like wine, then you let that boil down, and then we're going to put in a little parsley in here. I've got about half a cup of liver paste and about 2 tablespoons of parsley, and then just a pinch of allspice. That's a very nice seasoning. And then if you like, you can put in a little bit of sage, which is also good. I'll put in about 1/4 teaspoon of sage there. And then when your liquid is all evaporated, practically, you pour that in. And then you stir it all up. And you probably want a little pepper in. And if you do liver paste, very often it will thin out a bit. So this is sort of really too thin to stuff. So use some dry white breadcrumbs and stir them in gradually until your stuffing has enough body so that you can easily stuff the prunes. Now I've put in about 1/4 cup because I was using liver paste. There. And then you stuff your prunes. Just take a little teaspoon and just put it in the prunes like that. This makes a perfect. Prunes and goose are just lovely together. Another good one is our apple slices and sausages. So when you get your prunes all ready, you are ready to stuff your goose. And we first have to truss the front end of it.
Wait.
And we've done an awful lot of trussing before, so I'll just go through this quickly. I'm using a knitting needle with a hole in it, but first I'm going to cut off these wings, because the wing, as you can see, this is the tip, and from there's very little meat on it, and you can use that in your stock pot, so just whack it off.
Whack it off.
I'm just whacking that off at the elbow, and then I stock pot, so just whack it off.
850. Whack it off.
I'm just whacking that off at the elbow, and then I save that for the stock pot. Then we want to truss these wing ends to the body, and I always do it in the French system by doing it with a big needle and thread. See, I went in under the wings there. I'm going to pull out that. And then, this is a wooden knitting needle I got at the 5 and 10, and it works very nicely. Then turn your goose over. Then you come in on the other side of the wing and then up. I really came through backwards. I should have gone through the top and then the bottom, but you want to secure the neck string. And then you come down in under. This is mainly just to keep those wings in place so it'll look nice. And then just tie it I think this is much easier than those trussing needle things. And then cut it off. So you always truss the front first before you put your stuffing in, otherwise it would all fall out. And then put some salt in the cavity. I'm using about 2 good teaspoons in there. Then we put in our prunes. You don't want to overfill this, because the prunes will swell a little bit as they cook. And this has a lovely taste as it cooks. I don't think prunes are used enough in cooking. I like them very much. Now I've got about 2 inches of excess space there. I could probably have a little less. And then you take your tail and just fold it over there. And then we want to hold the trussing in by going under the leg and through the tail, and then under the other one. Sort of there. And then up just through the skin at the top, and then pull it together. I had my string a little bit too long there. And tie it together. I haven't done this as neatly as I should have, but it's all right. And there, that goes, cut it off. And then we're going to prick the skin, because the goose has a lot of fat in it, even more so than the duck. And so when it's roasting, you want to prick the skin with a pin or a needle, and you prick it right where most of the fat is, which is along the lower part of the breast, and then in through just above the wing, and then down here by the tail end and up through there. And then do the same thing on the other side. And then while the goose is roasting, the fat will ooze out of these pin pricks. There's always quite a bit of fat down on this part here. There, and then after you've gotten that all pricked and ready, you'll be sure to dry it off, because we're going to brown it first, and if you haven't dried it off, it won't brown. There's a little more neck skin than we need, and you can cut that off. Now another trick is when you're trussing it, you can separate go in from the inside and cut between the ball joints where the wings attach themselves onto the chest right up here. And you can find that by wiggling the wing back and forth, and then you can cut right through that joint. Then another thing you can do is where your second joint, your leg, I can't even seem to find the leg anymore. Oh, there it is. There's your leg, and your second joint runs right up through here, and it attaches itself to the back there. And you can take a little knife like that and go right through the skin. This won't hurt the duck at all, the goose at all, and detach the ball joint from the back. You can tell when it's detached because the second joint will move back and forth. And you find that it is wonderfully easy to carve when you do that, and people will think that you're a real whiz at it. And so now we're all ready to roast. And the first thing we're going to do is to brown it. So we're going to set it breast up in a roasting pan, and it's going to brown. It should brown in about a 450-degree oven. Because I want to do this quickly, I'm going to take the risk of browning it under the broiler, because I want you to see how it looks when it browns. I think I'm going to put this up a little higher. This is a rather risky thing to do. You have to keep your eye on it, but I want you to see several systems, because most everybody knows about the browning in the oven. And that, you start it breast up, and then you turn it over on its side, and then you turn it on its other side, and it'll take about 15 to 20 minutes to get a nice brown, crisp skin. So while that's browning, we're going to make our sauce. So I'm hacking up the wings, and then I have the giblets left. And this is one of these other treasures you'll find in your goose. There we had also the liver, and we have here the giblet, which has all been peeled. And then we have the heart, and we have the neck. The goose has a tremendously long neck. I'll whack that up too. And then we're going to brown it in oil, or if you've done with the rendering of the goose fat, you could brown it in that. You always brown things before you're going to make a sauce because it gives a much better color, and it also gives you a better flavor for your stock. And then we're going to put in, I've got 2 sliced carrots and 2 sliced onions there. And they also, when they get brown, give more flavor to your sauce and your color. If you do that, there isn't any need of using that sort of gravy coloring stuff. And when you're browning poultry, don't brown it in the oven because sometimes it burns and then has an off flavor to it. And the browning will take you 4 or 5 minutes. You want to be sure that you don't let your fat burn. I'm going to take a look at the goose now and see how it's doing. That's browning very nicely. I'll probably only have time just to brown the top of it, but if you did it like this, keep looking at it every 2 or 3 minutes and then turning it, and just keep turning it. And you'll notice too when it comes out, even though it'll only been in a few minutes, that it will have already rendered quite a lot of goose fat. And now after your vegetables and your giblets have gotten brown, this is a very nice way of making a sauce and a stock together. You put on flour, and I want about 1.5 quarts of sauce because we want to serve 6 people, so I'm putting in 1/3 cup of flour. And then as always with making a French sauce, you turn the giblets and the vegetables in the flour to cook the flour a little bit. If you don't cook your flour, then you don't have a French tasting sauce. Then after that's cooked and it's taken on a light brown color, you then add your liquid. You take it off the heat, and I'm going to put in about 2 cups of red wine. You could use white wine or white vermouth, or you don't need to use any wine at all. You could just use some meat stock. Then you want to stir that all up well so that you get your vegetables you get your flour and your liquid all blended together, and then that can be set over heat again. And I'm going to see now how our goose is. That's doing nicely. I think that I might turn it over. But what I think is the easiest way of turning is just to take some pot holders or towel and just lift it over and turn it that way. And that will all, say, take about 20 minutes. And then if the stock should really simmer for about 2 hours to get all the full benefit out of your sauce. To get the full benefit out of your giblets. I'm just letting it cook here very slowly, and then it's going to cook with some stock. Well, I'm going to consider that, we'll pretend that our goose is as brown as it should be. So we'll take her out. And now, if you're going to roast your goose, you finished browning it.
I am. Thank you.
450.
Sorry, I missed all that stuff.
You'll notice that there's lots.
I wasn't
of fat
saying much.
in there, and you keep taking the fat out, you can tilt the pan and suck it out with a ball baster. And then about every 10 minutes or so, baste it with a spoonful of boiling water, and that helps render out more fat. And this will, you keep turning the goose on.
You may have missed Gatalogic me responding to your hacks. Hey, Amu!
15 minutes it's on its breast.
How are you doing? Did you see my 911?
Only takes about 2 hours. But
I've got 2 more rows here to go before we start the neck shaping. And I was looking at it earlier.
A covered roasting pan,
like,
and it has a big cover that fits over like that. And it also has a rack which fits in the bottom.
You did? Oh, okay.
Which isn't a bad idea because your goose can just sit on that and it won't stick. And then lift your goose into your pan. And it can go in breast up. And then when you braise, you always brown and then add a liquid. And then just add all of your sauce ingredients around.
Yeah, I don't think it's super critical. But
And what's lovely about the braising method is that you not only have your sauce all made,
I figured I might as well try to
render a lot more fat.
No, it doesn't give the total stitches. It did previously, which is odd.
At the same
So
time as you're roasting your goose.
So part of the issue is, and for whatever reason, it didn't do this anywhere else. It's only a distance measurement. So it's not telling you at what point. It just says 8.5 inches past. Oh, wait. And the screen is all. I'm a mess. Hold on. All right. I've not been paying attention clearly. It's only a distance past the bind off. So the row, it doesn't specify. It just specifies like what to do or how to go about doing it. If I have the safety pin, you can mark that. Mark that. Oh, yeah. You know, I was thinking also maybe part of the reason is the ends aren't symmetrical. So I've got 4 stitches on this end. Well, I got to be careful because I'm not. And it'll be 5 stitches on this end. So maybe that would give me an even in the middle if I take into account the outer ends. I had forgotten about that. So maybe that'll do it. So I think I'm okay with the middle bit. Did you have any thoughts on like the bind off issue? Which again, like at the end of the day, if it's just like 1 or 2 stitches off, I don't think that matters. But it just seemed kind of weird because again, like when I bound off the 5 initially for the underarm part, you needed to work 6 stitches, right? You had to knit 1 stitch, knit a 2nd stitch, and then bind over, and that was 1. So you were in essence working 6 stitches. I don't know how that works in the middle when they're saying, hey, you've marked the middle 8 stitches before, bind off 16. Clearly you're binding off the 8 before and the 8 after, but it doesn't seem to have the same problem of binding off 5 here. Like, I guess the question is, you start binding off with the 8. So you're 8 stitches before, and then you start binding off. So does that mean knit that stitch, bind over? It must. Okay. No, I think I get this one too. Because it's different when you're doing it at the very beginning because you haven't worked any stitches yet. But if you're in the middle, you've already worked a stitch. And so if you have 8 stitches left and you knit that stitch and then bind over on it immediately, because you already have stitches ahead, you will be binding off 8 stitches. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. How many stitches? I don't know. The middle part, The middle part is 9. This part is 19. And then you got the 4 and the 5 on the ends. So the 8, the bind off is going to start somewhere like halfway, like there. So the bind off will cut partway into here. The funny thing is 20. Yeah, I guess we'll be okay. Anyway. Hey, Jamie Farmer. How are you doing? We're working through my questions here. I think it's making sense. Get Julia back up and running here.
So that you're really doing 2 things in one. And then after you have your sauce around, I mean your braising liquid around the goose,
This will all be new to me.
Simmer again on top of the stove.
I have not done a bind off in the middle of a row before.
Good roast.
Oh, I spent today.
Because it's not
Why? Nice.
Then I'm going to put a little salt on
What were you? Wait, what were you applying?
And then it goes into the oven. It goes covered.
Your scarf yarn or something else?
Into a 325-degree oven, and it would cook the same amount of time, 2 hours.
We'll have 9.
Now,
We need 8. Well, we need 8 on both sides. 8 on both sides.
Take out our goose from the oven, which
You would knit the 2 stitches, but start your bind off on the second stitch.
See, this goose is beautifully browned and nice. And that took, so with the prunes.
Okay, but wait. So
a great deal more.
let me mute this again. Let's say regardless. Let's say like right. I put the marker here, so I've got. I put the marker here. So I've got 4 stitches there. And then I've got 4 stitches here. So I'll be going along in pattern, and when I get to that stitch, which is 8 before the center, what I was planning to do, I guess, was just to knit this and then take the previous stitch and move it over. Or is it knit this first stitch, knit the second stitch, and then move that first stitch over the second stitch? The reason that seems less correct is because previously, to bind off 5, I had to work 6 stitches. So it's saying to bind off 16 stitches. That feels like I'm not binding off enough stitches. It feels like I'm binding off 2 fewer stitches than it's saying to do. Because I will only end up binding off 7 before I hit the marker. I'll still have that 1 stitch on the needle. And again, unfortunately, it doesn't give stitch counts, so I have no way to verify. I could verify with this, which is how I was able to verify that when they said bind off 5, it was working 6 stitches. But again, like I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. You applied the variegated yarn and the black yarns. Oh, nice. Okay. Won the black yarn in nitty nitty and had almost 600 yards. Nice. Hey, that's awesome. How much do you need?
Time because it's a light stuffing. Well, there's our platter already.
I think I'm just gonna have to like get to this and see how it's gonna work out.
Take our goose out of the roaster, and again, I'm just gonna lift it out. Not with me.
Again, like if I end up binding off fewer stitches, then that means I've got like an extra row to do. It's not the end of the world.
There it is. Cut off the trussing.
I just want to make sure I wasn't like goofing some big.
We we have the trussing strings up at the front.
Like, no, of course it means X this.
And with the goose, you want to be very careful that you don't overcook it, because the breast meat can dry out very
Sounds like you knit up
quickly.
to 8 stitches before the center, then bind off 8.
Roasting it.
Then bind off more stitches, yeah.
And that's now all ready. And when it is done, it's always a
Okay.
good idea to let it sit out for about
But
15 or 20 minutes, and that allows
a
the
bound
juices
off
to go
stitch
back
means like
into
you've actually removed a
into
stitch
the
from the needle.
flesh, and it makes for easier carving and juicier eating. You can tell when the goose is done by if you can wiggle the
Yeah,
legs and
okay.
wiggle up.
I think that's the
and down
important
nicely,
part.
and then if you take
So I
a
need to
knife
make sure that when I
and you
do bind
press
off those
into
8
the leg,
stitches, I'm actually removing them from the needle. It's not
feel
just
slightly
knitting one and then binding off. It's
You don't
bind
want
off,
the
bind
goose to be
off.
overdone, because if it is, the breast meat
You will
gets
count it.
really
Yeah,
stringy.
okay. No, I think that's the
With
important
this,
part.
That's just about right, and you can feel too by pressing it that it's
Hmm.
tender. Because if you overcook it, it's just a terrible disappointment. And if you have, say, an 11-pound goose, this took a little over 2 hours. The 11-pound goose
Julia's still
wouldn't
going.
take much more than about 2 hours and a half. Because the larger the bird, the quicker proportionately
Okay.
it cooks.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
For your sauce,
I don't want to.
you see,
I don't want to goof things up here at the last minute, or goof them up, as Julia Child would say.
while it was cooking.
We got ads starting in a bit.
Greasing is
Wait, you think instructions at 900 yards you cut and you already spent 250?
Great big spoon, and you just go
So you
down
have like maybe
into
850.
the pan like that. You see,
So you might need more.
pick up what the fat that you can. And you just,
No.
just keep right on doing that, and then I mean, some people think, oh, it sounds so easy. It will degrease the sauce. It's usually a matter of 4 or 5 minutes. You just take off just as much of the fat as you can, and then pour the sauce through.
You're unsure, put all the stitches in your needles. When you're done with that row, you should have 16 fewer stitches. Yeah, okay.
Will remain behind, and then you'd set your pan.
Yeah, I think that
over
makes
heat,
sense to me, and I think
you'd bring
again,
it
like
to the simmer,
finding the center also. I think
and
I can
then you
use
let
the
it
ends
cook.
to
You
make
want the
that,
sauce to be
make a call
fairly
like,
thick,
okay, that will be the
about
center.
like that. And then you taste it very
Oop,
carefully.
there go the end. Sorry.
Be sure that you have enough salt,
Should have
and
hit
pepper,
that.
and everything else in it. It's awfully good, I must say.
Awfully good.
And while it's simmering, you can still be taking the fat off, and then pour a little
right.
bit of sauce over your goose, which makes it look
Your goose.
delicious and glistening.
Glistening goose. All right. So this is theoretically our last row before we start shaping.
Warm a sauce boat. Just warm the sauce boat in hot water, and then put your sauce in. And
Maybe,
so,
lots of black fiber still. You can blend and spin
we have on our
600
plates
on your drop spin.
braised
Wow.
onions
That's
and
impressive, man.
some braised carrots. And if you want to, you can also add some more prunes. You could put the prunes in some goose stock.
Some
These
goose
are
stock.
pretty around it too. And there we are. We have also some pureed chestnuts, and we have our sauce, and this would be eaten with a red burgundy wine. I want to show you something about the carving of this. Now, I have done this business of cutting the ball joints, so these legs should come off very easily. You take the legs off first, and always you bend it back against its carcass. You see, that came off terribly easily, because the goose joints are terribly tricky. They're sort of hidden in places, and they're much harder to cut. And now the cutting of the breast, I think, is the most important part of the goose, because your meat is all in there, and you take your knife and go straight down the length of the breast like that. Then there are several ways to cut it. I think one of the nicest ways is, after you've cut down this way, then to come in slantwise. Then you get out little, that's what the French call aiguillettes. First slice, like the first slice of cake, is always a little more difficult to get out than the others. And then the slices are like that. And that's lovely. That meat is juicy and just right. And so now you can cook your own goose.
There we go.
Bon appetit. That's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child.
You can cook your own goose. Let's do that. 28, that was about like 28:20. 28:20-ish. Now you can cook your own goose. Because she had to say it. All right. Thank you, Julia.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
We're getting ready for a New Year's party, and I'm going to have some fun with pastry. I'm going to make some perfectly delicious little tongue twisters and get them all ready ahead of time so that I can have fun at the party, too. We're bringing in the New Year today on The French Chef. Welcome to The French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to have a New Year's party, and I'm going to make some delicious little mouthfuls, which are called in French amuse-gueule, which means just exactly that. And I'm going to make them out of pastry because it's so much fun, and they're easy to do, and they're pretty, and they always impress people, and I can get them all done ahead of time, and I can freeze them if I want. And I thought you'd be interested to see how we go about it, because it's I'm going to have these little pastry shells that look like this, and I get them all baked ahead of time, and then I can make all kinds of fillings for them, such as little sweet tarts to have with champagne or tea, or I can make other ones to go with drinks. And I can get all the pastry shells done, and I can get all the fillings made, and all I need to do is pop them in the oven if they ought to be hot, or just keep them out and serve them cold. And I think a lot of us aren't quite used to dealing with pastry except for things like lemon meringue pies, but there's so many things other things that you can do with it. And I think if you begin using pastry, you lose your fear of it and find that if you have a lot of it on hand, there are just so many things you can do. So I'm going to make this out of a homemade dough, or you can make it perfectly well out of a dough mix. And if you want to use a homemade dough of the French type, which would be a butter crust, these are the proportions. For every 2 cups of all-purpose flour, work in 6 tablespoons of chilled butter and 2 tablespoons of Crisco, and then blend half a teaspoon of salt with 1/3 cup of cold water, and then work that into your paste with your fingers until you have a pliable but somewhat firm dough. Knead it into a ball, wrap it in wax paper, chill it or freeze it, and there you are, all ready to go. And so this one is made out of a French butter crust, the same proportions that I mentioned to you. And we're going to use we can use either little French molds like this, which come individually, and they come in all different shapes. You can get little fluted ones like that, or you can get little boat-shaped ones. I've seen these in quite a few of our department stores, but you never know whether you'll find them or not. And if you don't have any, you can use muffin tins like this.
We're good.
I'll
8.5.
use both of them, and I'll show you how to use each. And so we're going to start out with our flour, with our dough, which is rather hard. So we're going to beat it up. But first I want to discuss something about rolling pins. Now this is a French rolling pin, which is just a long, hard wood pin, and it's very nice. You roll it with your hands. And then we have here a great pastry chef's pin. This is an American-made one, and it only costs about $5 in a pastry shop, and it all is on roller bearings, and it's so heavy that it does the work for you. And you just, it's a little bit big for this table today, so I'm going to use the French one. Now this one is the kind that you usually see. I found this in my favorite hardware store, and I've seen it in department stores. And look at it. Look at the two of them together. I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is a toy. It's not a tool, and it just
Long hardwood. What did she say?
Pin, and it's discuss something about rolling pins. Now this is a French rolling pin, which is just a long, hard wood pin, and it's
all right, long hardwood, huh?
just a long pins. Now this is a French rolling pin, which is just a long, hard wood pin, and it's very nice. You roll it with
long,
your hand.
hard wood.
And then we have
pin.
Here a great pastry chef's pin. This is an American-made one, and it only costs about $5 in a pastry shop. And it all
$5.
is on roller bearings, and it's so heavy that it does the work for you. And you just, it's a little bit big for this table today, so I'm going to use the French one.
It's a little big.
This one is the kind that you usually see. I found this in my favorite hardware store, and I've seen it in department stores. And look at it. Look at the two of them together. I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is a toy. It's not a tool, and it just, nobody ought to use it. I'm going to throw it away. I just thought you ought to see it, because nobody should give anybody that kind of a pin. You can't do anything with it.
Wait.
So, this is hard.
I didn't realize if you long click on a video, it speeds it up.
Now this one is the kind that you usually see. I found this in my favorite hardware store, and I've seen it in department stores. And look at it. Look at the two of them together. I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is a toy. It's not a tool, and it just, nobody ought to use it. I'm going to throw it away. I just thought you ought to see it, because nobody should give anybody that kind of a pin, because you can't do anything with it.
I don't know where to start here.
This is hard, so we
Toy tirade.
And you can be very rough with pastry. We've done pastry in our quiche program.
You can be very rough with pastry.
And so I'm not going to go into a great deal about it, except just rolling it out. And some people like to roll on a pastry cloth. They don't do that in France, so I've never done it. And some people like to roll it between pieces of wax paper. You can do it any way you want, as long as it rolls out nicely. I'm using a piece of marble, which is very nice to use. This is a nice black marble, and you just look up in your yellow pages under marble and call them up and ask them what they have. And very often you can get an old second-hand bureau prop, and that works out very nicely. Now, when you're rolling, be sure that you keep lifting your pastry and flouring underneath, because the main thing is you don't want the pastry to stick.
Okay.
That's one of the nice things about marble.
I need to go
And it doesn't stick
use the
very
restroom and
much.
grab some water, so
And then
please
roll
keep
it
an ear
up
out
to
for me while I'm
about
away.
a 1/16 of an inch, and then pick a cutter that will be about the shape of the mold you're going to use. This one is, see, it's a little bit bigger than that, so a little bit bigger than my mold, so this is the one I'll use. And then just cut it all out like that. I should have found out how many cups of flour made how many tarts, but I don't seem to work that way. I just make a whole lot of pastry and then roll it up and freeze it if I'm not going to use it. Now there we have these all cut out, and so then you want to butter the bottom of your mold so that you can be sure that you can unmold the pastry. And I'm going to put these all on the bottoms of the molds. So I'll put it on here, too. And you can put them either on the bottom or on the inside. I think the bottom is a rather good way to do it, because then we're going to put another mold on top, and that holds the pastry in place as it cooks. But after you put it on, be sure to prick it with a fork, and that will also keep the pastry from rising up too much as it cooks. And for little pastry shells like this, do not use a pastry recipe that has egg in it, because the egg puffs up the pastry and you want it to lie perfectly flat. Then butter the inside of that mold and then just put it on top, and that will hold it. And now we'll do with the muffin tin. And when you do the muffin tins, get twin tins, and then you can have exactly the same effect. And then just lay your pastry on. And see, you're pressing it down a little bit with your fingers. And you can make, of course, with the muffin tins, you can make it just as deep as you want. I want them not to be too deep, because I don't want to use too much filling. Besides, that would make rather more than a little mouthful. And if you want to make a large, pie shell, you could use exactly the same system. Then once you have it on, remember always to prick it all around with your fork. You'll find, I think, if you get used to making your own homemade pastry, it tastes so much better than, well, it tastes extremely good because it's made out of fresh ingredients and butter. And a lot of people just think of a pastry shell as just a case to hold something, and what it should be absolutely delicious in itself. So that, I mean, if you ate the pastry with nothing in it at all, it would be lovely to eat. And then put your twin mold in, and don't push down too far. Just sort of set it on and push it down a little bit, and that will hold it. So that's ready to bake. And then I'll fill a few more of these little tartlet shells. And now if you fill it on the inside, you butter the inside and just press it in like that. And then make your little fork marks. And then you have to fill it with something, either paper and beans or another little mold. And now the reason we're baking these all ahead of time is that we don't want a soggy pastry crust. And if you just bake it for about 5 minutes in a 450 oven, just until it holds together, then the pastry is just cooked enough on the bottom so that it's not going to be soggy when you fill it. And I'm going to set my timer for 5 minutes. It's awfully useful having a timer, so then you don't get mixed up. And now, if you've made, say, your shells, and you have as many as you want, you have leftover dough. Here's something that you can do with it. Just to give you an idea of how useful it is to have dough on hand. Just roll it out. And you will find, of course, you can roll it out and then make more pastry shells. But if you find that you've rolled it out and gathered it together and rolled it out again, if you're using all-purpose flour, you'll find that after you've done that about twice, the gluten in the flour, that's the technical term, begins to get all like rubber, and you try to roll it out, and it's become tough, and you can't. So what you have to do as soon as it becomes tough is to roll it up and let it rest for 2 hours, and then it will relax. Now here we've got it rolled out, and we're going to make some cheese straws. So here's some grated Swiss cheese. Now, again, as in with so many of our recipes, proportions don't make any difference. You just sort of, once you've gotten the general principle, you just make up what you like. And now I'm rolling it up from the bottom there. And then I'm going to roll it out again. And you may find also, again, if I'm using this flour, this has rested overnight, so this is fairly well relaxed. And if you happen to find pastry flour, it's really much the best thing to work with. Now I'll put in a little more cheese. I'll just put it on the half that time and then roll it up. See, we're making layers of cheese, and then we cut it into rectangles. There. And now I have one of these little ravioli wheels. See, it has little teeth in it, and it just rolls around like that. And it's very useful not only for ravioli, but for making little lines. So that makes it look a little dressy. There. And then you even it off a little bit, and then just cut it into rectangles. See how useful those wheels are, because just cutting it with a knife takes a lot more time. And now we'll put it on a buttered tin. You always lightly butter any tin that you're going to use so that things don't stick to it. And then we just lay them on. And these are going to swell a little bit as they cook. If these don't have time to cook, I've got some that are already made so that you'll see. And now we have to put on a professional glaze. And don't let anyone kid you that milk or something like that is going to give the proper glaze, that sort of a lovely golden crackly finish. You've got to use whole egg. This is one whole egg beaten with half a teaspoon of water. And this is the kind of glaze that good professional pastry men use, and it's the one that gives the proper finish to things. Because after all, I think when you make things, you want them to look as professional as possible. That's what I always think when I try to do dressmaking. It just looks too unprofessional, and I'm embarrassed about it. Now, after you've got your glaze on, you can, if you're going to serve them plain, just make some little light fork marks like that. Or after you've gotten your glaze on and you want a little more cheese on, just put on a little grated Swiss cheese. And it doesn't make any difference if the cheese drips on the pastry plaque, because you can just scrape that off. There, now I can show you something else that we can do. And these are going to be little pastry turnovers. Just roll it out again. You can use the same cheese dough or perfectly plain dough. And then cut it out. And then put any kind of a filling that you would like. I've got, as long as we're in the cheese world, I'll put a little bit of diced cheese there. Or you could put something with a little filling or some sausage meat, and then you have to wet the edge of it. There goes my bell. And then you would do that, you would cover that with your cheese and egg in the same way as you did with our little cheese straws. But be sure on this that you poke it very carefully with your finger, and then also make some little fork marks. Now, I can wait for just a minute for my oven, but be sure when your bell goes off that you're practically right there, because it's an awful thing if you go into all this trouble and then you let them burn up. I've done that once in a while, and it's enraging. Now we're going to see, these should be just done. Now our little cheese sticks would go into a 425 oven, and they would bake for about 10 to 12 minutes until they were nicely risen. And now you see, those have just baked 5 minutes, and this is what is called baked à blanc, or just white baked. And they should just hold their shape. And these are fairly soft now, and you could let them cool for a minute or two on the mold, but you should unmold them onto a rack so that air will circulate around them and crisp them up. I've noticed, and haven't you, so many people, Americans, when they get a piece of pie, they never eat the bottom pie crust because it's soggy. And if you did this, always bake the pie crust first, you wouldn't have a soggy crust. You see these look, they just hold their shape, and they look very nice. And these you can bake way ahead of time.
Man, this is
and
confusing.
You can freeze them if you'd like.
There's a lot going on here.
Oh, several days in an airtight tin. I have had the...
All right, here we go.
Once in a while, though, if they've been rolled too thin and baked too much, that they that they will split apart. Now we're going to do some fillings. We'll do the appetizer fillings this time, and then we'll do some sweet fillings afterwards. Now, these are very easy to do too, and all you do is make a nice cream sauce. We've done so many white sauces on this program. This is just a regular white bechamel sauce, and I flavored it up with some shallots and a little tiny bit of garlic and a little tiny bit of vermouth. And you can make it with anything any kind of flavoring you like. And then I put in a little bit of cheese. And it's a fairly thick consistency, you see. And then we have various fillings that we can use. I've got some more cheese, so we'll start out with that. And this is diced cheese. And it's better to have it diced because it melts a little more slowly and doesn't become springy. And then we're going to put a little bit of this egg glaze in because we want the sauce to puff. And I've got about a cup there, so I'll put in half of an egg and beat it up. See, this is very much like a quiche mixture, except it's made with a flour thickened sauce so that it doesn't collapse as quickly. And then we want just to put in just enough sauce to enrobe our cheese. This is just to give it a sort of a moisture. And these are the little pastry shells we made in the muffin tins. And I'll make one from the little French ones. You don't want to put too much in because the egg makes it puff up. And if you put too much in it, it'll all puff over and spill over into the stove. Now here's a little bit of chopped chutney. That's a nice idea. Does that give you a sort of, I guess you might, Far Eastern taste to it.
Hey, Captain Monday, how are you doing?
Nice with cheese. Now with none of these you need any recipe either. You just sort of make it up. Just remember that a little egg is a puff and you want a well-flavored sauce. Now this could be chopped ham, actually. What this is chopped canned frankfurters, which are a rather sad thing by themselves. But if you put in a nicely flavored sauce, it turns out to be very good indeed. I just happen to have these, and I think that it's the kind of thing that you can do, just making something lovely out of whatever old things you have in the cupboard. And that is done in exactly the same way. Oh, I was a little messy on that. And then we'll put a little bit of cheese on that, just to make it, and that will...
Living the dream?
Browning.
You did 5K, or 5K, nice. Carb loading for a half marathon. Ooh.
I have here
Hey, hope that goes
a
well.
bit of this ham mix, and if you want to be...
Are you gonna be cold where you are?
In the way you do things, you can take, this is just a canned ham, sort of a mashed Virginia ham paste. You can just put a little bit in the shell and then cover it with your all-purpose sauce. As long as you have a good tasting sauce, your little hors d'oeuvres are going to taste very well. And then cover that also with a little bit of cheese.
What's your method of choice for carb loading?
You can use canned clams. You can use lobster or
Steamed hams?
chicken livers or tuna fish, sardines, just really anything that you have in your cupboard. It's a very good idea to have quite a few things in your cupboard just in case you run into anything like this. And with these will be cooked in a 375 degree oven for about 10 to 15 minutes until they have puffed up just a little bit and the top is browned nicely. And then
Just hoping to do better than your last half? Oh, nice, 38. Spaghetti.
When they're just
That sounds
coming out of
good.
the oven, they remain very sort of.
Hey, well, good luck. I hope it goes well.
Cool.
How'd it go today? You feel good?
Sink down a little bit, but you can serve them either hot or cold. It doesn't make any difference. And now we're going to do some sweet tarts. And also with these tarts, you can freeze.
Oh no, that's not good.
That's one of the great
Well,
things
maybe
about
that means all the bad
Now,
stuff will happen today, and tomorrow will be awesome.
An almond tart called a tarte de Nancy, and I think that means Nancy's tart. And she must have been a lovely person to have such a delicious tart named after her. This is 4 tablespoons of softened butter, and we have 1/4 of a cup of sugar, and we have
Yeah.
and I still have half an egg left over from this glazing. In the other sauce, we put the half egg in there. And then we have 1/3 of a cup of pulverized almonds. That's just blanched almonds pulverized in there.
Yeah, it's been pretty cold here. We had snow yesterday.
We're going to have a little bit of orange liqueur. You don't have to put liqueur in if you don't want to. I'm putting in about a tablespoon.
Is Jim going good? We're getting close to the end of this piece here,
And 1 capful.
and entering like a really new. I have not done this before. We're starting to do the neck.
All you do is just mix that up, and that's it.
We're starting to do the neck of this piece.
You have our same little
So
tart shells, and if you're going to make something like these almond tarts, which
this is interesting.
so delicate and good.
Oh, I live near the Capitol. I'm near Washington D.C. So
and you could put a little bit of sugar in it.
we got a cold front. It's pretty cold here right now.
With apricot jam, and that gives it.
It could be in the high 30s for the next couple of days.
Put in just a little bit of it, just about.
Okay.
Just about a teaspoon, and then you put that in a 375-degree oven until it's puffed and brown. And now I'm going to take out some ready cooked tarts so you'll see what they look like.
And of course we got Julia Child. So
You can see how easy that tart.
it's freezing. Oh, you still have in Woodbridge? Okay.
My, it's good. Now here we are, and we have here. This is our cheese and chutney. Of course, they all look something alike. And what you can do, you have your almonds.
Yeah, if you're around Colorado now,
the thing to do is sprinkle that with a
kind
little
of
bit of
guess.
powdered sugar when it's done, and then you can tell which is which. And there are our cheese straws. You see that has puffed and browned very nicely. And here is our little, I guess that was our fake ham, the one that was made out of the.
I hope that goes well.
Sausage, but it's surprisingly good.
Making pastries for New Year's.
Cheese and chutney.
Okay.
And these are that's the little turnover. And with the turnovers, it's very nice. You can use this same kind of a sauce that we used in our cheese tarts. But
Really, Colorado's a bit more mild. That's funny.
Inside of it to puff, and just a very thick sauce, and then just enrobe whatever you have. It could be, well, it could be ham, or it could be sautéed chicken livers, or mushrooms. And as you see, you can just really sort of make up your own recipe, and it's going to turn out beautifully. And now let's see how our New Year's table looks.
I think.
Here we are, all set up for the party. We have all kinds of things, including our almond tarts and our cheese straws and our turnovers, and there are our ham or sausage and cheese things. And here is our New Year's eggnog. So we're really absolutely all ready for everything.
She's all nogged.
And as
You got a sweatshirt? That'd be good.
Make the pastry. You can just make up anything that you like.
Oh, no amount of layers helps. Yeah.
I don't know. I think they look awfully nice, and people think that you're terribly smart unless they happen to know how to do them themselves.
There's a video of Julia cooking a whole bunch of dishes. It's from a VHS course or something.
Able to freeze them, so when I ever make them, I always make an awful lot of them, because as long as you're going to sort of get all covered with flour, you might as well go with a whole hog. And then I bake them and put them in the freezer, and then just before we're ready to go, I just stick them in the oven just to heat through, and there they are. And if you have unexpected people drop in and you want to put on a little bit of the dog, there you are. And it also makes such a festive look, I think, on the table. And these little almond tarts with their little bit of powdered sugar on them go awfully well with New Year's punch, or with champagne, or with tea or coffee. And then all of your other ones go with drinks, and you can use them as appetizers, or
Oh, look at the little snowmen.
late in the evening. You can use them as appetizers, or if people are coming in late in the evening.
There's a whole course as a playlist. 8 courses, 8 hours of content.
For our New Year's party.
Nice.
And so am I.
Hey.
Happy New Year!
Okay. Happy New Year. Hey, Corin, do me a favor and save that one in Discord or something. How old is that one? Is this stuff? The Way to Cook. It's in color, yeah. Now you have an idea for date night? In this case, date once your fiance gets here. Nice. There you go. All right.
Viewers like you make this.
The French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
Baked beans. But these are not Boston baked beans. These are beans with a French accent. This is cassoulet. We're doing it today on the French Chef.
Okay, I keep forgetting if I hold down the button on the video, she speeds up. Like, what happened? Okay, so we're pulling out phrases here. So cassoulet. So very beginning, when was that? It's just like a
Cassoulet. These are baked beans.
just baked beans.
But these are not Boston baked beans. These are beans with a French accent. This is cassoulet. We're doing it today on the French. Not Boston baked beans. These are beans with a French accent. This is cassoulet. We're doing it today on the French Chef.
These are
Welcome to the French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're doing one of the most famous French bean recipes, cassoulet. It's a whole dinner in one
delightful. Yeah, absolutely.
casserole with beans and meat, and it's, I think, probably one of the most famous dishes that the French have in the bean realm, and I think you'll enjoy doing it. It has quite a lot of things that go into it. The main ingredient, of course, is the beans, so we'll get right to them. And in the French recipe, they use a rather large white bean like this. This one's about ½ an inch long, and these are imported Italian cannellinis, which I bought at my supermarket in the Italian section. But you can use any kind of dry white beans you like. Here is the pea bean, or white navy. You see that's quite a bit smaller. And then here is the Boston baked bean type of bean, which is called the small California white.
Hello there.
And any of these come in boxes now, and they all have the name of what type of a bean they are. So you can use a large one or a small one. It doesn't make any difference. But the important thing is that you get beans that are not too old, because if they've been around in your cupboard for a year or two, you can't cook them so that they will soften up at all. And in the old days, of course, you had to soak beans overnight before you cooked them. But now, thanks to the United States Department of Agriculture, they've worked out a method of quick soaking, which works out extremely well. You take your beans and you drop them in a large kettle of rapidly boiling water. And you use, for 1 cup of beans, you use 4 cups of water. And this is a 2-pound package here, and there are about 5 cups of beans. So you'd have 5 quarts of water. Bring it up to the rapid boil, put the beans in, and then boil it for exactly 2 minutes. And then let them sit in the water for exactly 1 hour, and then you're ready to cook them. And this is a very good system. I'll go over it again. You
First time you've seen this method?
Into rapidly boiling water, let it boil for 2 minutes, then let them soak for 1 hour, and you're ready to cook them. And I'll show you why it's necessary to soak them, because they swell. Now these 2 beans are just the same, but the soaked ones you see are much bigger, and the unsoaked ones are smaller. And 1 cup of beans will soak up to be about 2.5 cups. And now these beans have been already soaked for an hour, and we're now ready to go. So I'm going to get rid of these beans, and then we'll start the flavoring of them when they're ready to cook. And now, when you boil your beans, you always want to put some kind of delicious flavoring in them, and I'm going to do exactly what you would do in the French recipe. And you always would have a big piece of bacon, and this is fresh, unsmoked bacon, and it usually is called pork belly. And if you can't find it in your grocery store, you can ask them to order it. But you don't have to have the fresh belly. You can use a piece of salted pork belly, or
just an hour
salt pork. And it also has the rind on it here. I've got the rind here that I've taken off of this bacon. But when you have to,
if you don't have to soak them overnight,
because that acts very much like gelatin, and when it cooks with the beans, it sort of thickens up the bean juice and gives it a lovely sort of body to it. But before you use the rind, whether it's a salt rind or a fresh one, you have to blanch it to freshen it up and soften it. And so you take your rind and you drop it into a quart of cold water, bring it up to the boil and let it boil for 1 minute. Then you drain it out and you do the same thing again. In other words, you blanch it twice. And you see, this is the raw, unblanched
just use cannellini? I don't know.
Like leather. But after you've blanched it, it softens up like this. See, that's really quite soft.
Do I need to go back?
And you can then you can drop it into your bean pot, just roll it up and tie a string around it and drop it into the bean pot. Or else you can do what some of the French people do, which is rather fun. You take some big shears and you just cut it into a strip. I blanched this yesterday, and I think I probably should have left it in cold water, because if you just blanched it, it's much easier to cut than this. Then you cut it into strips, and then cut the strips into little dice like that.
Why clippers?
Then you would drop that into a pan of water, and then you'd simmer it for about 30 minutes, and that will soften it up even more, like this. And then you'd add this and the water right into your bean pot. I think pork rind is used a lot more in Europe than it is here, but it's a very essential flavoring,
slippery,
consistency maker in Europe. And then your bacon, if you're using salt pork, you'd blanch that along with your pork rind to get a little bit of the extra salt out of it. And if you're using fresh pork belly, you would just drop it into the pot as is. And if you don't want to use bacon, or you can't find the fresh one, you could use also a fresh pork butt. That is sort of a combination of fat and lean that you get up in your
Crows. Yeah, it sounds like hammering or something.
Also extremely good to use, but you get flavor by using some of these pork products, and also a little fat along with the beans gives them a much lovelier consistency. But you can leave out the pork or the bacon if you want, if you're, say, on a fat-free diet. But do use the pork rind, because that's very important. And then we want salt to go in. I thought you'd like to see this kosher salt.
She looks so tall in this kitchen.
Sort of a granulated.
It's a normal-sized kitchen.
Salt.
She's a tall woman.
An awful lot in France. It is, they call it sel gris, or gray salt.
Oh, yeah.
And what's nice about using it is that you can just pick it up in your fingers. When you can get used to seeing how much, there's 1 tablespoon, get used to seeing how much 1 tablespoon is in your hand, and then you don't have to measure all the time. So there's 1 tablespoon, and that also goes into the pot along with our beans. And if you're using salt pork, you wouldn't salt till the beans had cooked for a little while and the salt had come out of the pork. And then we're going to have onions in. And I thought I'd show you a quick way to slice onions, because I think the quicker you can do these ordinary things, the more pleasant cooking becomes. Now there's a peeled onion, and you cut it in half at the stem end like that, so that all your little onion leaves are running up and down this way. And then you put the cut half down on the board, and you cut off about 2 or 3 slices on each end that way. And then you just slice right down. You see, the reason that we cut off those 2 little pits at the end is so that the onion slices just come apart very easily. So they all go into the pot. We're going to have, I have here 2 pounds of beans, which is 5 cups. And so I have 5 quarts of water. And these 2 pounds of beans are going to swell up when they cook to, gosh, I can't remember. I think that's 14 cups. That's 5 cups is going to swell to 14, so that they swell about 3 times. So I have about 1.5 cups of onions in there. And then we have to have an herb bouquet. We've made so many of these, I won't have to make it again. I've got in here 6 parsley sprigs, and 2 bay leaves, and 3 or 4 cloves of garlic, and half a teaspoon of thyme. And you always wrap it up in something so that you can easily remove all of the herbs without having them float around. The one thing I've forgotten to say ever is that there's a great difference in bay leaves. Now this bay leaf is the American or domestic one, and you see that's a great big bay leaf with a fairly serrated edge, and it has quite a strong and pungent taste. And if you find that you don't like the taste of bay leaves, it may be that you've always been using domestic ones, and the taste is too strong for you. But you can get imported bay leaves. See how you can see the difference. The imported one is usually quite a bit smaller, and it doesn't have the serrated edge, and its taste is much more subtle. And you can, all of the big spice houses put out imported bay leaves, and you just ask your grocery store to get them for you, and I think you'll find that the flavor is much nicer, and it's also more French. And so now we have in with our beans, we have our pork rind, we have our bacon, we have our onions, and then this is to come up to the simmer, and then simmer very slowly for about 1.5 hours. And no matter what size of bean you take, if it's a reasonably fresh bean that hasn't sat around for a long time, and if you buy them in the grocery store and then use them within 2 or 3 months, they'll always be fresh enough. It shouldn't take more than 1.5 hours of a very slow simmering. And you simmer them uncovered, and when it finally comes up to the simmer, you'll find that there's a little bit of scum, and you just skim that off, and you don't cover it at all. But as you're simmering, you may find that the beans have swelled and you don't have enough water, so you'll add a little bit more water so that the beans are always covered. and also keep them in their water until you're ready to use them. And you can cook the beans, heavens, a day or two ahead, as long as you just leave them in their water. And cook this way, you can use them for just as a vegetable, or let them cool off, and here they are, cooked. And these are awfully good, just drained and used as a salad. You can mix chopped raw onion in them, and then a French dressing, and they make an extremely good salad with green peppers and tomatoes. So I think that's one of the good things about this cassoulet recipe, because we're not only learning how to do the French baked beans, but how to do beans in general, because they're one of our very good vegetables. They're filled with proteins and vitamins, and 2 pounds only cost about 45 cents.
Oh.
And now we're going to go into what else goes into the cassoulet.
2 pounds of beans for 45 cents?
One of those French recipes that there's so much argument about it that if you want to get into a real fight with a Frenchman, you give him your version of a cassoulet, and if he doesn't agree with you, you can fight all night about it, because the cassoulet...
We got to get this one.
And cassoulet is one of those French recipes that there's so much argument about it that if you want to get into a real fight with a Frenchman, you give him...
Okay, wait, if you want it, we'll just start it with that. If you want to get into a fight with a Frenchman... If you want to get into a fight with a Frenchman...
your version of a cassoulet, and if he doesn't agree with you, you can fight all night about it, because the cassoulet originated in Toulouse or in Castelnaudary. Nobody is quite sure exactly where it did originate. And
adjusted for inflation. They'll be close.
In Toulouse always say that it must have
probably
preserved goose
with inflation.
It's not a real cassoulet. And the people in Castelnaudary, which is not very far from Toulouse, all say that, not all of them, because they don't agree either. Some of them say that it has only pork and lamb in it, and other ones say that it has to have goose in it also.
Goose!
But the important thing is that when you get all of your cassoulet assembled, that it has a delicious flavor. And what we're going to use is braised lamb, along with pork and sausages. And you see, it makes a very full and complete dinner. Well, the main thing is that, and the reason that I like to use the braised lamb, is that by braising it, you'll have some perfectly delicious juices. And so this is a shoulder of lamb, and that's been boned and cut into about 2-inch pieces. And be sure that when you get your lamb, that you ask your butcher to take all of the extra fat off of it, and there's often some little fat in between the layers, and be sure that it's all taken off. And then we're going to brown the lamb first. We've done so much browning that I'm just going to do a token for you. You can brown it in cooking oil or in goose fat if you happen to have any. And as always with browning any kind of meat or chicken, remember that you dry your meat off. You get your fat or oil very hot, and then you don't crowd your pan. So if you've done those 3 things, you'll have no trouble in browning your meat. And then along with your lamb, you want to be sure to ask your butcher to give you the bones from the lamb also, because they're going to go into the braise and they make the sauce even more delicious. And these bones you can either brown in a frying pan. I just stuck these in a 450-degree oven and shook this pie plate around every 7 or 8 minutes, and they browned in about 20 minutes. And then we're going to have also some more onions. And in here we have some browned onions. I have 2 cups of browned onions in here. You don't have to use as many pots as I have, but I wanted to show you how everything went. The onions the bones go right in with the browned onions. And then for the browning of the lamb, you just keep turning it. You see, that's browning nicely. I'm using one of these no-stick pans, so make sure that you always use a wooden spoon, because you don't want metal to touch it, or you may take off some of the covering. And now when your lamb is nicely browned, and if you're doing a lot of it, you'd have to do it in in 2 or 3 groups. You just add your lamb to your onions, and you pour out the fat. And then if I weren't using a no-stick pan, there'd be some nice brown coagulated juices. And say that you're not using a no-stick pan and you have some brown juices, you would then pour in some stock or wine and scrape it up again with a wooden spoon. You always use wood for scraping this kind of thing in any kind of a pan, just because it scrapes better. And pour that into your lamb and your bones. And we're going to add to this, because I want quite a bit of juices, I'm going to put in 2 cups of dry white wine or dry white vermouth. It doesn't make any difference. That makes just about half a bottle. That really makes quite a bit. But we want to have delicious sauce, and of course most of it all boils off. And then we want 1/3 of a cup of tomato paste. That's just ordinary Italian type tomato paste. And then we want also some more bay leaves. And I have 1 French one and 1 American one. That's hands across the sea. So I have 1 of each. And then we want also some beef stock, or any kind of good brown stock, or canned beef bouillon you can use. And this is 4 cups. So we want quite a lot of stock, because we're going to need it for flavoring our beans at the end. And then we need some more salt. I'm going to use some more of this kosher salt. See, just with my hands. And then that's to come up to the simmer, and then it's to simmer very quietly for 1.5 hours. And I'm making quite a large recipe, because you might as well if you're going to make a cassoulet. So I have, with my 5 cups of beans, I have about 2.5 pounds of boned lamb. So we're going to have plenty. And then when that comes up to the simmer, you cover it and just let it cook slowly until it is for 1.5 hours. And you can cook that either in the oven or you can cook it on the stove. It doesn't make any difference as long as it cooks slowly. And I have some here that I cooked last night. And one thing about this recipe that I like very much is that you can cook everything way ahead of time. So I cooked this last night, and then I let it cool, and then I put it in the refrigerator. And then this morning, all the fat had congealed on the top, so it was very easy to skim the fat off. And I also took the bones out, too. So now it is all ready to use, and the meat is cooked. And then be sure that you taste the sauce very carefully, because it should be perfectly flavored and just enough salt and everything else in it. And then, heavens, I forgot to add the rest of that lamb, which I'd already browned. So I'm going to put it in here. And I was saying I was doing you a token. I'd forgotten that I didn't add it all. And now we've got the lamb done, and we're ready to assemble our casserole. Where's my casserole? I guess I must have put it under here.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll get all of these things assembled, and then we'll find it. Now, along with our lamb, we're going to have roast pork. And this is a boned loin of pork, which has been tied and roasted.
First time you've seen cassoulet done with lamb?
Into 1/2-inch slices.
Were you here for her description about how to get in a fight with a Frenchman?
Use pork if you don't want. You could use braised turkey, or you could cut up some goose in serving pieces and brown that and cook it about 2/3, and then use that. And then we also, now here is the...
Now they have a lot of ducks and sausage. Yeah, she talked about the variations everywhere, and no agreement.
Slice that into about 1/4-inch pieces. And then I have some sausage cakes, and you can either use bought sausage cakes, or you can use a piece of, or you can use that long Polish sausage and cook it for half a minute, half an hour with your beans and then slice it. And these are homemade sausage cakes. And they're very easy to do and awfully nice. You take 2 cups of lean pork and 1/2 to 2/3 cups of pork fat, and then you season it with salt and pepper and a little pinch of allspice and probably some ground bay leaf and other herbs, and you can even beat in 3 or 4 tablespoons of cognac, and it makes a lovely homemade sausage and very much like the French ones. And now, oh, I was looking all over for that. And there's our casserole, and then we have our cooked beans. Now, you see, with all of these things, these could all be cooked ahead. I did these all last night. You could do them, I mean, not all last night. I did all of them last night, but you could do them ahead of time if you wanted to. So, though it seems like a lot of things that are going in, the fact is that you can do it very leisurely. So here's our casserole, and we put a layer of beans in the bottom. And then we put in some of the lamb. And then we put in a few sausage cakes. So I could do that with a spoon, too. We want to end up with sausage cakes, so I don't want to use them all now. Then we put in a little bit of our bacon. You see, the bacon is, by cooking for an hour and a half with the beans, has rendered most of its fat, and so what you really have is a consistency. And this is our pork, and then we just continue with another layer of beans. And if you have each one of these elements deliciously flavored, just the whole, when it then cooks together, it's just awfully good eating. As you can see, it's not a reducing meal. There was more lamb. Now I'll put in some more bacon, and then I'm going to end this with some sausage cakes. Now this casserole is rather typical of the French type that they use. It's just a glazed earthenware casserole. And some people say that the name cassoulet came from Old French cassole instead of casserole, and then a town near Castelnaudary called Issel. I don't know how you get cassoulet out of cassole d'Issel, but some people say you do. And then we end with sausage cakes. I've got a lot more here that's going to fill this casserole. You can make it in 2 or 3 casseroles if you're having a big party. Now I might as well put all of the sausages on here because they're so good being homemade. And then we just pour these lamb braising juices over it. I've got a cover here. Now you can see why I added so much juice to the braising of the lamb, because we want all these lovely tasting and smelling juices in with our beans. And then we have breadcrumbs, and these breadcrumbs are mixed with parsley. It's about half and half. And you want to have a fairly generous layer on top, because they're going to cook down in with the beans, and then it'll also thicken the juices a little bit. And if you find while your casserole is cooking that your juices have thickened up a little bit too much, then you can always add some of your bean cooking juices. Now, that goes into about a 400-degree oven until it comes up to the simmer, and then you turn the oven down to 350 and let it cook for about an hour. Now, if you were using one of these cast iron casseroles here that I had the lamb in, you'd bring it to the simmer on top of the stove, and then you and then it wouldn't need to cook for more than about 40 minutes. And you'll notice here we have this crust which is formed on the top with the breadcrumbs. Now when that's in the oven, and in about 15 or 20 minutes after it's begin bubbling, you take the back of your spoon and just break the crust down into the beans. Then in about 10 or 15 minutes more, it will form again, and then you break that down again into the beans. And some people say that you could break it down 7 times, and that's what you need to make a great cassoulet. But I think 3 or 4 times is plenty, and then you always leave the crust on for serving. And so we're now going to serve it and see how it looks. You can use any size of casserole that you want. This one is a high one. I thought you'd enjoy seeing how they both look. Now I'm going to serve it. And this, of course, is a very hearty dish. And you don't need much else with it, but you should have a very mild first course, such as oysters or a clear soup or a jellied soup, and then just a salad along with it. Now there we have our various meats and our beans, and I think with it a salad like a chicory with a garlic dressing, and go very light on the vinegar or lemon juice because you don't want to spoil the taste of your wine. And as a wine, there is, as in the recipe for cassoulet, all kinds of arguments on whether it should be white or red or rosé, so you can serve anything you like. I'm serving sort of a dry, fairly strong rosé with this, which will go extremely well. And this is not a quick recipe to do. We've managed to do it in 25 minutes, but as you can see, it'll take a little bit more time than that. But all the work you put into it is very well worthwhile. So that is all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child.
Ooh.
Bon appetit.
All right. That was a rough one.
The French Chef is made possible by a grant from Safeway stores.
To every schoolboy, chestnuts are currency. Like marbles or baseball cards, you can trade them, or you can make bubble pipes out of them.
Bubble
They're
pipes.
wonderful to throw, but wait till you see what we're going to do with chestnuts today on The French Chef.
Oh, hey, Barbear, how's it going? What's a bubble pipe?
Welcome to The French Chef. I'm Julia Child. Today we're going to
Chestnut
do a show
bubble pipe.
on chestnuts. I think it's an awfully good idea to do one because they're so good to eat and you can do so many different kinds of things with them. And a lot of us sort of are confused by chestnuts and don't really quite know how they can
Pipe that makes hole? I guess so. I guess you can do
40 years
that.
ago, the country abounded in chestnut trees and everybody knew everything about them. But then a great blight came along and wiped every chestnut tree off the face of the nation. Of course, we still have horse chestnuts, but they're not edible. Even horses don't eat them. And our edible chestnuts come from Europe, mostly from Italy. And when they come, you
Hold on, we need to get that one.
chestnut tree off the face of the nation. Of course, we still have horse chestnuts, but
Okay, of course, we still have horse chestnuts. But even horses won't eat those. Okay, chestnut cookery. I don't remember this one. 125. 25-ish. Of course, horse chestnuts. Even horses not eat those. Okay.
they're not edible. Even horses don't eat them. And our edible chestnuts come from Europe, mostly from Italy. And when they come, you find them in the market very often in a sack like that, or else just whole and loose. And when you buy fresh chestnuts, you want to be sure that they're nice and heavy when you feel them, and that also that the nut and the skin are really tightly close together, and that shows that they're really fresh. And you can buy either fresh chestnuts or canned chestnuts, and we're going to start out with the fresh ones. And fresh chestnuts, of course, when they grow,
Major misfire.
sort of nubbly green skin on them, and when the frost comes, the skin cracks, and then the nut falls to the ground. And there it is, and it has an outer shell, and then it has an inner skin. And both of them are very
This is getting really
close-fitting.
difficult.
You see, there's that sort of brown inner skin, and then this is the white part of the nut. And before you're going to eat chestnuts, and before you're going to use them, you have to peel them, and then you have to cook them. And there are hundreds, of not hundreds, but a good dozen ways of peeling chestnuts. I've tried all of them, and I'm going to do the one that I like the best. And in that one, you take your whole chestnut, and as you notice, there's a little flat side usually, and then the rounded side. And you take a sharp little knife, and you just peel a strip of the outside shell off.
Oh no, we've been on the decreases. We're
That one already has been peeled. That one's fairly
we're
round.
on the neck.
But you have to make a little hole in it.
I'll show it here in a
Like
second when I
that.
finish this.
One more. And that's fairly quickly done. And then you take all of your chestnuts that you have peeled this little strip off, and you drop them in a pan of cold water, and then you bring the water up to the boil.
We've got
and you
just
let it
like,
boil
I don't
for
know,
1 minute. And then
10 rows
after
or
it's
something
boiled
left.
For 1 minute, you take it off the heat, and then you take a slotted spoon, and you lift them out 3 at a time, and both the outer shell and the inner skin should come off, and you just take them with a knife and just peel them like that. And you have to do it when the chestnuts are warm. You suddenly have a whole bunch of chestnuts to do, and you've peeled half of them, and then you have to go out and do something else, and the water cools off, then you find you can't peel them. As you say, this way, the skin and the shell both come off, and if you're doing a whole bunch of them, once in a while you come to a non-peeler, and set all your non-peelers aside and drop them in boiling water and let them sit for about a minute, and then you can peel the skin off. And it's quite a chore to peel them, but if you have 3 or 4 people and you're all sitting around watching the TV, educational TV, it's a great deal of fun, and it's sort of a nice communal activity. And then after you have...
Okay, so we're on the neck shaping part of this. So we've bound off in the middle, so that's where the neck starts. And now we've got 2 separate sides. So I've got a new skein for one side and the old skein for the remainder. And we're continuing to decrease on the ends here. And there's an occasional decrease here. We're going to go another like 7 rows, doing 1 more decrease, and then keep decreasing on the sides until we're done. So it should be, it's definitely less than 20 rows. Maybe another 16 rows. Or actually, no, I guess with the front and back. It feels like a lot. But yeah, that's what it's going to kind of look like. So it's just getting complicated because now I've got 2 skeins and all that stuff's going on. So
have them all peeled, you have to cook them. And to do that, you put them in a pan.
I think we're good. It's just trying to keep track of everything here, and
Set them aside covered, because sometimes
the pattern's changing slightly here.
What is it?
Like the pattern's different around the neck, so I'm trying to keep it all straight.
About at the same day, or if you have peeled them ahead of time, don't cover them in their bowl. Then you put them in your pan, and then you cover them with a meat stock or chicken stock. I'm using a beef bouillon there, and then some water. And you want to be sure that the liquid covers them thoroughly, because They won't cook if the liquid doesn't cover them completely. And then you're going to flavor it with some celery. It always goes well with celery. There's a nice limp piece that is better for cooking than for eating. And we want some parsley, and we want a bay leaf, and then we want some thyme. And this is some fresh thyme that somebody grew in their garden and sent to me. You just grow it in the summertime and then hang it up in the attic and let it dry. And if you have whole thyme like this, you just wrap it up in with your celery and parsley.
Go back to Julia.
Bend it around and then tie it up with white string. And if you don't have whole thyme, if you just have dried bottle thyme, then make your herb bouquet and tie it up in wet cheesecloth. And the reason you tie it up is so you can remove it, and you don't want a lot of loose herbs floating around in your stock. There. And then you bring that up to the simmer and then let it cook very, very slowly for about 35 to 40 minutes. We want the chestnuts to remain whole if you're going to use them for a stuffing or if you're going to use them as a whole vegetable, and they're very attractive when they're done that way. And about 35 to 40 minutes of a very slow simmer. If it really boils hard, then the chestnuts will separate, and we want them to keep as whole as possible. And then after 35 to 40 minutes, you have your cooked chestnuts. And the best way to tell when they're cooked is just to eat one. And they should be so that when you eat it, it tastes like a cooked chestnut, and it isn't hard. And when you've finished that, you can let your chestnuts sit in your stock for, oh heavens, for a day or two in the refrigerator. And then, here are some canned chestnuts. I brought these out because I thought you'd like to see them. I have frankly never used canned chestnuts until I was getting ready to show you about chestnuts, and I'm sort of a do-it-yourself type, and I've always thought, oh, they'd be really not very good. I find they're simply delicious. And the canned chestnut here that you buy has come up to exactly the same stage as the chestnut that you would cook yourself. It doesn't have quite the same texture and flavor, and when you buy them, it says canned whole chestnuts for stuffing, and it's just chestnuts and water. And if you want to give them some flavor, if you're going to use them for a vegetable, you would then heat them, pour them into a pan, and bring them just up to the simmer, and then drain out the liquid, which you can save for something else, and then put in some stock and seasonings, just the way we have with these. Bring that up for the simmer for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then let them steep for half an hour. And you want to give them some kind of a flavor, otherwise they're not very interesting. And 35 to 40 whole chestnuts will give you about 2.5 cups of peeled chestnuts, and 6 to 8 cups of chestnuts are about enough for if you're going to make a chestnut puree. And so now that we have both our cooked and our canned chestnuts, I'm going to show you what you can do with them. And one of the very nice things to do with whole chestnuts is to glaze them. And for that, you take some of the stock that you've cooked them with and mix it with a little bit of cornstarch and a little bit of port wine, and then put it in a little pan. I'm just going to do a very few of them just so you can see how it is. And then you let that come up to the simmer.
Really?
And then you put some of your chestnuts in. Now, I've got a slotted spoon somewhere. Oh, I've got another one. Oh, there's my slotted spoon. And then you put some of your ready cooked chestnuts in there.
Boy, this is taking some mental energy here.
And these should all, of course, be whole. Some of these aren't, but it really doesn't make too much difference. And then you just shake that around over heat until your glaze has melted down and covered your chestnuts. And then you just put them in a little dish or along with any other kind of vegetables that you would like, such as onions and carrots. And that makes an extremely nice vegetable and a very pretty one, and also very good to eat. And then we have our classic chestnut puree, which is something that we always have you always have with goose or turkey, if you get around to making it. But it's awfully good, and particularly with your canned chestnuts, it's extremely easy to make. Now here, a puree just means that you've sieved things, and this is a food mill, and this is a particularly nice one, which I thought you would like to see. It comes with 3 blades. There's a coarse blade, and there's a very fine blade, and then this is the medium blade, which we're going to use. A lot of these don't have various blades, but I think the one that has the interchangeable one is extremely useful, and you fit the blade in, and then you put in this whizzer thing that forces everything through. Then there's our herb bouquet, which we can now get rid of. And then you pour the whole business into your food mill, letting it drain, and then pour the liquid back into the pan, and then you just start to push them through. You notice on this food mill it has these little
2 more
little
times.
feet, which are which is a new invention, a new innovation. This is the new model. And then you just push them right through.
Okay, I'm glad I read that.
You have to be sure to heat them through until it's just up to until they come up to the simmer, and let them simmer for a moment or two so that you can puree them. Otherwise, they'd be a little too hard to get through the food mill. Now, chestnut is really quite a dry kind of a thing, so you've got to flavor it up with cream or butter. You notice all of the puree down there, so you always scrape that off. And then you have your puree, so you want to flavor that up. You put in a little bit of the stock in which you cooked it. You know, in France, chestnuts have been eaten for thousands.
The last 2 hours you've been talking to the chef on FaceTime. You saw the funny chef. He laughed so hard he cried. Hello, chef. Hope he's doing well.
And then salt and pepper to taste. And you can get the chestnuts done way ahead of time, as long as when they're done, you don't cover them until they're absolutely cold. And then to reheat them again, you would set your bowl or saucepan over simmering water and then stir them up every once in a while until they were nicely heated through, and then you might want to beat in a little more salt and pepper. So that's all there is to making a very good chestnut puree, which you would serve with goose or turkey. Or it goes off easy with pork, too. And now we're going to get to our chestnut dessert. And this,
as much as I want to keep going with this, because it's getting complicated, I probably should break here. So let's break here. We'll read some Akira. And hopefully we'll be able to finish this tomorrow. There's definitely more rows than I thought I would need to be doing, but I think we'll be able to finish this tomorrow still. So let me just bundle this up and be really careful. This is getting extremely complicated. You try to get it in chestnuts, they aren't your thing. Yeah, you know, that's not been like a thing for me, so. Just never a big chestnut person. He's doing fine. They do, Japanese do use chestnuts? Oh, yeah. They use water. Oh, no, I'm thinking, pressed nut. Never mind. Alas, if the horses like them, yeah. All right. Okay. We'll get back to Julia here in a little bit. Or, actually, no, we won't. That'll be it for today. We'll get back to her tomorrow. Okay. Actually, hold on. Okay, so I finished row number 2. We have to get to 8 before we do another decrease, and then we have to get to 16 before we do another neck decrease. The neck decreases are happening in the middle where the neck is, but we're continuing to decrease on the sides. So I think, well, we'll see how it all comes together. I have no idea. Okay, let's check out Akira. Let me change over our stream info. I might do some, depending on how, if Akira takes a really long time, then I'll just be going to bed, I guess. But I might stay up a little bit and do some more rows. Akira in Japanese now. Chapter 69. It's the chapter. I'm glad to hear the chef is doing well. Nihon. At some point, we'll get back to reading or watching Japanese cooking shows. We're largely watching Julia Child. One, it's great, but also we're getting those sound bites, which we're getting lots of. This is good. Okay, this is Akira Volume 4, Chapter 69. And let me change the overlay here. There we go. Volume 4, Chapter 69. All right. And no Azumanga. Where is this? Okay. Chapter 69 is 342. All right. So we're going to start here. Here, hold on. 342. 342 to 57. So it's technically like only 16 pages. Ooh. All right. We got some rough, we're going to have some rough dialogue, but it's also got a lot of just movement. So we're actually pretty close to the end of the volume. Yeah, 71. So getting close to the end of volume, which means we're probably getting close to a climax of some sort here. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. All right, let's do it. Okay, let's read chapter 69 of Akira. When we finished chapter 68, the Great Tokyo Empire was attacking Miyako's temple again, and the colonel was approaching with Kyoko in this device, but he got stopped by these guys, and that's where we had paused with 68. So 69, here we go. So that's the colonel. Crap, shit. Zaken-jane kuso shite dato dekiru mon nara yatte miro. Okay, so Zaken-jane. Zaken is going to be about like don't joke around, or fuzaken. I think. Yeah, that's just like don't screw around. It isn't that doing a shit. Doing a kuso, you're saying? If that's the case, if that's possible, then try to do it. So he's just kind of joking with, well, not joking, but he's screaming at him. Okay. Huh? Yare kora kuso yaji. Like, hey, come on now. You shitty old man. Oyaji. You. Taisa. Okay. So this guy is the one screaming. This other guy is like, he recognizes the colonel. So we see that there, like, huh? Oh, Colonel Taisa. Oh, there's more down there. Okay, so he's behind this guy. So that's the guy that recognizes the colonel. Nandayo, kao mishiri ka? What is it? Like face recognizing? You recognize the face? Question mark. I guess mishiri. Yeah, kao mishiri, an acquaintance, like you know him. Kao mishiri, again, like recognizing the face or knowing the look of the face. Yeah. Mukashi no jokan ka? Jokan is like superior officer. So superior officer of a long time ago? Question mark. Jokan. Yeah, superior officer. Oi, hey. Like, come on now, what's going on? Solda demo. So, yeah, it is that way. But, yosh, ja, kono hikoku min wa omae ga korose. All right, good. Well then, as for this non-citizen, you're the one kill. So, like, then you kill this non-citizen. But again, hikokumin is what they call the people that aren't part of the Great Tokyo Empire. All right, so Colonel. Sonna, which is usually like I can't. How could that be? Sonnamo kannamo ne korose. This is like whatever. Kill. Yeah. Sonna konna is sort of like this and that. Basically like even sonna, even kanna. What am I thinking of? There's a phrase or something that's like this sort of a thing, but he's saying it's not that. So whatever that is here, he's basically even that, whatever. It's not that. So kill him. Korose! That's him yelling again, kill! And this guy clearly being conflicted. Meanwhile, we're switching scenes, of course. Back to the temple. Kya! Doka! So the Empire has been mortaring the temple. This is probably Kei. Yeah, Kei and Kai. They have been looking at moving Masaru to the tower. Nerai ga tabun shoukaku ni natte kita mitai ne. The target, the aim? Oh, dun, bit by bit towards correctness coming to be, it seems. So it seems like their accuracy is getting bit by bit. Their aiming, their target is becoming bit by bit more accurate. Ue ni iku dokoro ka koware chimattara taihen da ze. Okay. Dokoro ka in this case. Well, it'd help if I spelled it right. Yeah, this is kind of like Going above, question mark, like, or the, oh boy, how to put this? Going above, like if it breaks, if it's destroyed, that's bad. That'll be terrible. So, you know, even if we go above, or if we're going above and if it breaks, that'll be terrible. So going above is bad, but if it breaks or if it gets destroyed, if it, whatever, that'll be bad. Okay. この神殿はそんなやわな建物ではありません. Okay, as for this temple, as for the Shinden, そんなやわらな. Oh, that's sort of a weak building. As for, it's not. So it's not that weak of a building. Yawara. Yeah, soft or tender. So he's saying that this temple is not. It's not a building that is soft. Yawara na. That's an interesting. But it's definitely, that's the intent there. It would usually be Yawara Kai or Yawara something like that. Niju Nanago, number 27. Dewa kochira kara. Well then, like from this direction or this way. Kaidan o tsukaun janai no? So Kei is asking, like not using the stairs? Like using the stairs, it isn't? Miyako-sama senyo no elevator ga gozaimasu no de. Oh, this is personal use. Lady Miyako's personal use elevator is. So they're going to use her personal elevator, I guess. Senyo. Yeah, exclusive use, private use. Okay. Yeah, so he's saying basically like it's this way. She's saying that's not this. We're not going to use the stairs and then elevator. Yeah. Okay. Oh. There she is. Sa hayaku. Well now, quickly. Isogi, oisogi kudasai. Ato wa wareware ga. So please hurry. Please hurry. As for the rest, we, meaning like we'll take care of the rest. Hey, kono yo na shusho nani nani mueki toshire. Okay. So K, this manner of shusho? No, shu. Agitation. Oh, shusho roll by, which is consternation, falling into panic, is like not profitable. But why Tolshide? Mueki is useful. Tolshide. We've seen this before, I think. I don't know why I told Shire though. But anyway, like knowing, like know, be familiar with the futility of falling into a panic like this. It seems like has Kei been panicking? Anyway, ikite tara hanshou suru wa. If living, I guess in a way, like if we survive, but if living, Hansho. Oh, it's not Hansho. Han. See. Reflection, introspection, whatever we'll do. Okay, so we'll do introspection, contemplation, reflection, reconsideration if we're alive. It's funny. It almost looks like I guess that's K yelling that. Anyway, okay. That's presumably the elevator door closing. このエレベーターは Done. このエレベーターは独立した電源で作動し Okay. Or is it 作動? It's 作動. 作動. As for this elevator, through electrical source done independently doing operation. So this elevator operates using an isolated and independent separate power source. How convenient. 操作は完全にこの中でしかできません. As for operation, 操作, or is it 操作? 操作. As for operation, completely perfectly, this inside through there only possible. So basically, as for operating this elevator, it's only possible to do it inside and then I guess perfectly, completely. Anyway, okay. Zoo. 誰かが外から動かそうとしても somebody from the outside trying to move, even if doing ... Okay, so even if someone tries to move from the outside, meaning like whatever. All right, so then there's like some rumbling going on. Oh. Okay, so Masaru is groaning or something. Oh! 目が覚めたのね、27号. Eyes awoken, haven't they? Number 27. Okay, so he's awake. 25号を25号を探すんじゃ. Okay, so number 25. Number 25 must search for. So that's what he says. Must search for number 25. 25号 Yoko? Oh, I guess this is Miyako saying this to Masaru, because Masaru is like 25. Number 25, Kiyoko? Kanji no ka kono kiyo? Not sensing this energy, this spirit? Ikoku mo nani o wa naran no da. Hayaku 25号 or 25号 Okay. So this is Miyako saying this. Now it's kind of weird because like you think she would be able to sense Kyoko, but maybe because they've been with each other for so long. Are you not sensing it, this energy, this spirit, even for like a little bit? Is that what ikokumo? Yeah, like even a moment, even an instant. As for this is like delay or something. Take that and see if we can find it faster without having to draw on that kanji. Yep, there it is. Yuyo. Yeah, postponement, extension. As for even a moment of postponement or extension, it will not become, meaning like it's no good. So quickly, number 25, and o meaning like sagasu, like find her. Ha! Kore wa. As for this, so he's like this. Okay, so there's Masaru. He's seeing this. So he doesn't seem to be seeing Kyoko. He's seeing Tetsuo. Whoa. Masaru-kun. That's K. Kyoko wa 25号はどこにいるわ? No, どこにいるの? As for Kyoko, as for number 25, where existing? So, where is she? Kyoko. Kyoko. So, Kyoko, as for Kyoko, Masaru. So there's Kyoko inside the machine, calling for Masaru. All right, we're switching scenes back to these guys. Dosta hayaku korose. How did? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? Quickly kill. Kisama mere ni sakara o toyu no ka? Yeah, sakara. So you bastard, 2 orders, defying that sort of a thing. Like basically, are you defying orders? Mere ni sakara o toyu no ka? Suka? Alright, so this guy's standing on this thing, and I guess that's the lid popping open. Oh, ah! Ah! Ugoita! It moved! Goon. Okay. Kyoko! So that's the colonel calling out. Tomare sokomare da! Stop. It's to that point. Basically, like, don't move any further. No more than that. Ha! Hayaku! Quickly! Kono gaki wa! As for this brat, basically, like, who's this brat? Gaki? Rei? Rei no ano? No, Rei. Yeah, Rei no ano. So, like that one from before, a brat, a kid from before. Kamoshiren, maybe. Omae wa taichou ni shirasete koi. As for you, to the captain, this is the dude with the hair and the tie. To the captain, basically, go inform. Come to the point of informing to the captain, you. Yosh kita, which is just like, got it, understood. Yeah, we'll just go with that, like, good, got it. Isoge yo, hurry! Okay, so that guy's going off. Hayaku. Ano toe. Quickly, that tower towards. So, quickly to that tower. Masaru. Masaru. Masaru? Alright. Totowa. As for the thing called a tower, meaning like, when you say tower, Toita. I said don't move. Don't move said. Colonel. Oh. Okay, so he shot the colonel. Koukai shita ka yo? Did regret? Question mark. So at the end of the previous chapter, this guy had a whole chain of things that included regret and pain and blah blah blah, whatever. Kokai was one of them, or something close to it, which was regret. She da. Do. Sama, you. Okay, so he gets shot in the back by this guy. Pork, how's it going? Thank you for the boob shine. Okay. I saw Colonel.
Hello there.
Just all the shit happens at once. Hayaku, quickly. All right. Nandato gaki o hakken shita dato. Okay, so what are you saying? Brat discovered? That's what you're saying? You saying you did discovery of a brat? Fushina Daioh toko ga ami no tadon no naka ni. Okay, wow. Fushin is yeah, this is like doubtful, suspicious big man. Okay, that's the colonel. I guess that's what, Dainan? I don't know. How's this pronounced? Otoko. It's just going to be like Otoko, a great man, a giant. Yeah. Okay. So Fushina o otoko ga ami no tadon no naka ni. So a suspicious giant, a suspicious big man, armies tadon inside. He's talking about the kid. The brat is inside a tadon of the army. Remember the tadon, this is like ash group. Yeah, the charcoal briquettes. This is what they called those, the spherical machines, because they look like charcoal briquettes. Yeah, okay. Kakureshite orimashita. Doing hiding. Oh, inside the charcoal briquette of the army. So hidden in there. Hodomo no shinso to shirasareta ita sono tori de. Soto? That is toll. Okay. Take Joel toll. There's the toll. Oh, okay. Is this Ai Hitoshi? Kodomo no hito ai toshi shirasarete ita sono tori de. So yeah, so like a giant man doing hiding, or like hiding away the brat, the kid, inside a charcoal briquette of the army. Children's, I guess, like equal to each other, making known. It's according to that. Kodomo no hito. Ai hito shirasarete ita sono tori de. So it's according to like what we were informed, I guess, like equivalent to the person of the kid. I don't know. He's basically saying that it looks like the kid, I guess. Tokaku medaka wa? So, Tokaku medaka wa. Medaka. Why is he talking about rice fish? Tokaku wa. Or tokaku. Tokaku. All right. I'm going to have to see. This sounds like it's an expression of some sort. Okay, if medaka is really the like small fish, then it's something about like, at any rate, as for the small fish, I guess maybe they're zoro zoro atsumate kiyagaru ze. Okay, yeah, I guess like all the small fish are bit by bit coming to be gathered together. Yeah, in groups in succession. So, yeah, I guess like the small fish are in groups, bit by bit, coming and gathering together. He's talking about, I guess, like because they're aiming for Masaru, I guess. Well, actually, no, they're just aiming to take out Kyoko. Nakama ga mihatte orimasu ka? Allies. Allies are like doing Overwatch, Miharu. Yeah, so allies, friends are doing Overwatch, keeping an eye out, standing guard. Sono otoko yudan ga naranu yousu de. Masuga. Oh boy, I'm out of it today. I'm sorry. Yeah, so friends are doing Overwatch, standing guard. That man, unpreparedness, if like not becoming appearance. So negligence like will not become manner, meaning like that man you can't be negligent around him. Go oroku nin surete ike. 5 or 6 people go and take. So take 5 or 6 people with you. Sono otoko teiko suru you nara koroshite mo kamawan ga kodomo wa. That man, if it's in the manner of doing resistance, even if killing, I don't care. So basically, if he resists, kill him, and I won't mind. As for the kid, ... meaning the kid's the important thing. Yeah, muji de or musho de surete koi. Come and bring unharmed. So as for the kid, come and bring her unharmed. Musho. I think that's musho. Okay. Mukizu without, yeah, unwounded. Mukizu. Okay. Shugo, which is just assembly. Shugo, zenin shugo da. So it's gathering, assemble. All personnel, it's an assembly. So basically, all personnel gather around. Sanjuppun ato ni sudeni hi ga kie kakatteru nansoku yori. Okay, so 30 minutes later, in 30 minutes, already fire extinguishing, fire going out, southern side from there. Totsugeki o kai shisuru. do commencement of attack. So basically commence attack in 30 minutes from the south side where the fire is already like extinguishing. Fire is already going out. Hakuji? Like each person? Oh. Yeah. Kakuji buki o tenkenshi? Each person do something of weapons. Inspect your weapons. Do inspection of weapons. Danyaku? Danyaku o honani shidai. Okay, this is to dispense or whatever. Hoju. Yeah, replenishment. Oops. Okay, so Danyaku o hoju shidai, as soon as or depending upon doing replenishment of ammunition. Tairetsu o kumijiki seyo. Do like combining of arm, like unit lines. Yeah, file ranker troops. Kumijiki? Oh, no. Well, wait a minute. How? That's unusual. That's Taiji. Was it not Taiji? Matsu. Oh, Taiki. No. What is this word? Oh, there it is. Well, that's not what I want, but close enough. Taiki seyo. Kumi taiki seyo. Do something. Taiki. Oh. I got it. These are not joined together. Joined together in ranks and lines, and then basically do taiki. Taiki is a little bit weird. It is not this pensioner thing. Taiki is probably in this case like wait for the time. Do waiting for time. So like stand by. So basically do all this stuff, get ready, and then wait. Hashire, run. Okay. This is this guy helping the colonel. Daijoubu desu ka? Taisa? Are you okay, Colonel? Omae tachi no buki to heiryoku wa? Okay. So your guys' weapons and army strength. As for that, meaning like what are they? Heiryoku is going to be just like military strength, like your force. Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, he's saying like basically as for those things, ... meaning like what are they? Heiwa 50名前5訓練を受け、兵として使えるのは約半数かと思われます。Okay. as for soldiers, like 50 names. I guess the Ato here is. Oh yeah, it must be like remaining. Like there's 50 remaining. And as for the ones that are able to like receive training, it's approximately half the numbers. It's thought, or like able to think. I can think that maybe half of them able to receive training or something like that. Buki dan yaku wa yuki toroite orimasu. Weapons and ammo. As for that, yuki. Odo. Oh, it's to be complete, to be thorough. So guns and weapons are thorough. I guess that means that they've got lots of them. Sono kunren o uketa mono tachi to yono wa? This is the colonel. Those training received ones, as for the ones called that. So as for the ones that you're calling received training. Hai, sore wa, yes sir. As for those, watashi no buka ka? My subordinates? Question mark. Hai, yes sir. Okay. Naze koko ni nokotta? Why in this place remained? So why are they still here? Or maybe he's talking about this guy. Anyway, koko is Neo Tokyo. Jibun no tsuma ga koko de shinimashita node. One's own wife in this place died. So because my wife died here. Oh, Baka! Are wa nakama da! Idiot! As for that ally. That was an ally. Kuso! Damn it. So that's the colonel. Yikes. All right, remember this guy was told to bring like 5 or 6 back. So, korosu no wa dekai hou da. Gaki ni wa zettai atteru na. So, you think this guy would have said this sooner. As for the ones killing, it's the big direction. Meaning like, kill the big guy. As for to the brat, absolutely not striking. Absolutely don't hit. Gotta. That's the colonel sliding down, pieces falling. Itazo! Existed! Meaning, there he is. Ha! Out of breath. Yosh, nigero. All right. Run. Run away. He wasn't necessarily running away. He's got a gun. All right, we're switching scenes. That's the elevator slowly opening. Suita wa arrived. We're here. We've arrived. Okujo ka? The roof? Question mark? That's just Okujo, right? Yeah. The rooftop? Question mark? Okay, so like big wind or a blast coming in. Exclamation point. Mu. Ah! Tetsuo! All right, so Tetsuo's already there. All right, nice little scene there. That is the end of chapter 69. That is the end of chapter 69. We're actually, there are only 71 chapters. So there's only 2 chapters left in this volume. Each volume seems to end with a pretty pretty decent climax or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see whether things come to a complete head and whatnot in the next 2 chapters. We'll start with 70 next time. Okay. All right. We're getting making good progress here. A little after 9. That's not too bad. I think I'm gonna do a few more rows, but I'm gonna call that here. Oof. I don't know. What do you think? Should we find someone to raid or do some knitting? I'm gonna be doing some knitting regardless. Getting jiggy with it. Okay. Do 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 do. All right. I'm going to go. All right, let's go. Thank you, everyone. That's going to do it for us for today. We're going to raid some Midnight Sumo here. They're watching some replays of, I think it's...
the last 2 matches.
Oops, is it college? Oh, no, these just were playing the Grand Sumo tournament. All right, well, that's fine. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend here. I think we are very close. We will finish up the front piece for the sweater tomorrow. That still means we need to block and then seam it. So still lots to do, and then we need to actually knit the collar, but that should be relatively straightforward. So I'm hoping that we finish up this sweater in the next week or so, which is exciting because it's been a very long project. So thank you for hanging out. As always, stay safe, stay well, stay hydrated, all that good stuff. And I will catch you next time. Let's go raid Midnight Sumo, and I will see you all next time. Thank you again. Bye for now.